Very good afternoon and a very, very warm welcome to the first seminar of the day of iijjs Bharat Signature 2026 Innovate Talks. I am Clarina Gomes and I will be your host for this seminar. The topic for this seminar is free trade agreements, modalities, nuances, and strategic opportunities for India's gem and jewelry sector. To share its insights on the same, we have Shri Tapan Mazumdar, retired senior official from Indian Trade Service, Mr. Supreme Kothari, partner at Economic Law Practice, Dr. Rashmi Arora, Deputy Director, Economist at GJEPC. Before going ahead, I would request all the guests to please keep your phone on silent and requesting everyone to please come ahead so it becomes easier for the speakers to get connected to you all. Requesting everyone to please come ahead. We have many empty seats. Thank you so much. Introducing Shri Tapan Mazumdar. He is a retired senior official from the Indian Trade Service, ITS, batch of 1991. He reached the rank of Additional Director General of Foreign Trade within the Directorate General of Foreign Trade under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Welcoming Sir on the dais. Let's give a big round of applause for Sir. Thank you so much. Introducing Mr. Supreme Kothari. Sir Supreme Kothari is a partner in the tax practice of ELP. He has over 14 years of work experience. He is a qualified lawyer as well as a chartered accountant with all India merit ranks in the intermediate and foundation exam. Let's give a big round for Supreme Sir. Sir, welcome on the dais. Introducing Dr. Rashmi Arora. Dr. Rashmi Arora is a prominent economist currently serving as the Deputy Director Economist at the Gem and Jewelry Export Promotion Council, GJEPC, in Mumbai, with over 20 years of experience in research and academic. She heads the council's Research and Statistics Division. Let's give a big round for Dr. Rashmi Arora. Thank you so much. I would now like to hand over the session to Dr. Rashmi Arora. She will take over the session. The stage is all yours, ma'am.
Can we start? My presentation? Yeah. Okay. So first of all, a very good afternoon all. And I would like to welcome you all in this very, very important session that is FTA, Free Trade Agreement. So though our audience is less, there is a set of people, but we are very much sure like our enthusiasm, our motivation to give you very relevant, very practical inputs is still intact. There is no reduction in our motivation, right? So with this, before starting this session, first of all, I would like to share the relevance of this topic, why we have chosen this topic, why we are going to spend 1 hour on the practical insights on this topic that is free trade agreement. So our question is like whether FTA is a new concept. This is the first question. So whether this free trade agreement which are signed by the government of India and highly focused in these days, it's a new concept in India? So the answer is absolutely no. So it's a very old concept, and the government of India has been signing various agreements for the last 4 to 5 decades. So if you see this side, like the left-hand side. So on the left-hand side, these are the agreements which have been signed nearly since 1970s, then 1990s, and that's why just for your ease of reference, I have divided all these decades into 3 parts. First you can say is the early phase, second you may say is the expansion phase, and third is the deepening phase. So what is the difference basically? So the difference is like, in case of early phase, if you see, these are the agreements, India-Bhutan, Bangkok Agreement, your GSTP, SAPTA, so all these are the early phase agreements. And second, if I come to the second category, that's the expansion phase, India, Thailand, all these are the key milestone FTAs which were signed by the government of India, that is between 2004 to 2011. So if you talk about the ASEAN FTA, if you talk about the Malaysia, Thailand, and then is the APTA, all these important FTAs were signed between 2004 to 2011. And this is called the expansion phase. Why this is called expansion phase, I'm just going to elaborate it further in my next slide. But these days, this is the third phase is called modern FTAs, which have started after 2020, like during the COVID time period. So what is the difference basically, and what is the relevance? So the question is, when these FTAs are so old, like 4 to 5 decades, then why are FTAs being talked about so much today? What has changed? Why are FTAs seen as more relevant, more usable, and more beneficial for our exporters and for our economy? So the major question is, what has actually happened? ऐसा क्या हुआ जो FTAs पिछले 4-5 decades से sign हो रहे थे, and now all of a sudden we are on everyday basis, daily basis, we are hearing about FTAs, signing of FTAs, or use of FTAs, or the benefit of these FTAs. So there is a difference basically. This is very important to understand the difference. Like in early phase FTAs, gem and jewelry sector was not covered. Why this is very important for you to understand? This is the relevance of this session, because during the early phase FTAs, gem and jewelry coverage was not there, number one. And if there was a coverage, it was very limited. Like suppose India-Sri Lanka FTA. Coverage was there, but limited. Hardly few products were included in those FTAs, right? So that's why when there is no coverage, अगर आपका product FTAs के अंदर include ही नहीं है, that is absolutely excluded. So there is no point or no relevance of talking about the FTAs for gem and jewelry sector. So that's a early phase major feature. Now coming to the next phase. Next phase is the expansion phase, key milestone, right? So during that phase, no doubt, our gem and jewelry sector, various HS lines were included. And even we were provided duty-free access, duty-free entry in the other markets. Suppose, say, take example of ASEAN. In ASEAN, in so many countries, we have a duty-free access for our various gem and jewelry products, like the gold jewelry. If you talk about the APTA, that includes the China. So China में भी आपके diamonds क्या हो सकते हैं, duty-free पर जा सकते हैं, right? And in case of ASEAN, in case of Japan, in case of Korea, all these countries have given relaxation or the elimination of duties to nil, to zero. But the problem is there. Problem is the rules of origin. Rules of origin, what it states कि आपको ड्यूटी फ्री एक्सेस तभी मिलेगा जब आपने इंडिया में क्या किया है, कुछ मैन्युफैक्चर किया है या कुछ वैल्यू एडिशन किया है. अभी वैल्यू एडिशन की कंडीशन they have put 35%. So 35% is not feasible to achieve in our gem and jewelry sector. आपने ड्यूटी फ्री एक्सेस दिया, बट आपने वैल्यू एडिशन नॉर्म्स क्या रखे हैं, 35% रखे हैं. सो आपका वो रियलिस्टिक ही नहीं है, ना ही वो वैल्यू एडिशन अचीव होगा और ना ही आप ड्यूटी फ्री वहाँ पर क्या कर पाएंगे, एक्सपोर्ट्स कर पाएंगे. सो दैट्स वाई ऑल्सो those FTAs were not of much use, and moreover awareness was not there in the industry. So the second point is, yes, coverage was there, but due to the unrealistic value addition norms to achieve by our exporters or the producer, the effectiveness, the usage, the benefit of these FTAs have been very, very limited. Now is the modern FTAs. Now what we have done in modern FTAs. See, in modern FTAs, what GJPC has done with the Ministry of Commerce, we have very closely worked upon. We have done two things. One, we have asked for the duty-free access in all these ongoing FTAs. 5 साल में, पिछले 5 साल में 7 FTAs साइन हो चुके हैं. You take Oman, you take UAE, you take Australia, you take UK, and all these are very, very good markets. Two things what we have done. That is at a very strong recommendation of the GJPC in consultation with the trade and working very closely with the government. We have done two things. Number one, आप हमें वहाँ पे ज्वेलरी प्रोडक्ट्स पर, हमारे डायमंड्स पे, जिसमें हमारा एक्सपोर्ट कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस ज़्यादा है, उसको आप ज़ीरो कर दीजिए, और हमारे जो रूल्स ऑफ ओरिजिन है उसको रिड्यूस करके 35% से FTP नॉर्म्स जो कि रियलिस्टिक हैं 6%, 7%, 3.5%, वहाँ ले आइए. सो आपके दोनों ही कंडीशंस क्या हो सकते हैं, पूरे हो सकते हैं. आपको ड्यूटी फ्री वहाँ एक्सेस मिल सकता है क्योंकि आपके वैल्यू एडिशंस अचीव हो सकते हैं. सो आपका पूरा गेट, पूरे आपका वर्ल्ड मार्केट जहाँ जहाँ पर आपके FTAs हो रहे हैं, वहाँ पे आपको पूरे मार्केट्स ड्यूटी फ्री एक्सेस पे यू कैन एंटर. And the top of it is the awareness and the government support. And we are fortunate, we are very much fortunate, like now either the export promotion councils or the associations or the government, they are giving so much of focus upon creating the awareness. So this initiative is also the part of the awareness. Even though there are limited people, like 10 people, still we are very much hopeful कि यहाँ से 10 लोग भी जो हैं वो कुछ ना कुछ लेके जाएंगे and they may act upon it accordingly. So why this is important to discuss it? आपको ये पता है कि यहाँ पे ड्यूटी फ्री एक्सेस आपको मिलेगा, वैल्यू एडिशन अचीव होंगे. सो आपके लिए क्या एक्सपोर्ट अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ किन नए FTAs में खुल सकती हैं, आप कहाँ एक्सपोर्ट्स कर सकते हो, ड्यूटी फ्री कर सकते हो, ये सब जानने के लिए, और उसमें क्या चैलेंजेस आ सकते हैं, आपको क्या रेडीनेस की ज़रूरत है, आपका क्या प्रोसीजर है, ये सब जानने के लिए आज हम यहाँ पर we are here to discuss all these important pointers like during this session. So with me, first of all, I would like to call upon Supreme, who would give you a very comprehensive information about what are the existing FTAs which are commercially very much beneficial in the present days, what are the duty benefit over there, what is the rules of origin that you have to comply with, and the most important is what is the procedure. Once his presentation is done, that would be followed by the panel discussion, wherein we are going to talk about what are the actual export opportunities in these markets, what are the challenges and thereof. So I hope our relevance, our message is very much clear for this session to understand the overall structure of the FTAs, as well as what are the export opportunities for our Indian gem and jewelry sector to enter into the different markets. So with this, I would like to call upon Supreme to present his pointers. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashmi. Thank you. I'll just wait for my presentation to be uploaded. Yeah, so before we delve into, and first of all, good afternoon, everyone. Before we delve into the, the newer FTAs which have come in, what are the modalities and all, just a brief overview of what an FTA is, right? FTA is an agreement between two countries, and it may also involve regional blocks, like we have ASEAN or we have agreement with EU. Generally, it is in relation to interstate trade between the two countries and the concessions that are provided between the trade that happens in relation to such goods. So it is product-centric. So it has schedule, and every country will decide in respect of which product, when it is entering into an arrangement, would it like to want to give a concession. So not every product would be covered, right? So from that perspective, the negotiation becomes very important when a trade agreement is being entered into or renewed. Now, I mentioned that it is in relation to product. So what is also important is the origin. If I am entering into an agreement with UK, I will not allow duty-free access to UK product, which is actually, say, manufactured in Mexico, only routed through UK. So that is why the origin requirement, it should be originating in UK. So that becomes very critical. So there are rules of origin we'll look into. And for the origin requirement, there's a compliance documentation. One important factor is that the conventional FTAs were restricted to goods, trade in goods and all of that. Now, the emerging FTAs delve into not only goods, but items like services, IP, government procurement, and India-UK FTA is one classic example of that kind of emerging FTAs. Now, why gem and jewelry industry is being discussed when it comes to FTA? One should understand that we are not a country which has the raw material sourcing available domestically. We procure raw materials from outside India, be it rough diamond or be it, gold and all, because mining also happens outside India, not lot of refining is happening in India. At the same time, we are major exporters. So we have a significant cross-border affiliation both on the sourcing side as also on the export side. With that kind of cross-border affiliation, FTAs come in handy, and that is why it is very important to examine our sourcing pattern in light of the FTA and our export markets similarly. Now, these are the recent FTAs which have been entered into, and some of which are being negotiated. So, in terms of what is being negotiated, I think one important aspect is United States of America, because that, I think, I'll come to it in the last slide, but the moment the negotiation happens, there is a possibility that diamonds, may get exempted, because that is the major pain point there. But obviously, we are, again, looking at news where 500% tariff may be imposed on India and all of that. But yeah, we can still be hopeful about that. And the other is EU. EU also is getting discussed, negotiated, and I think that also could be a very, very significant inroad for us. Now, Rashmi mentioned about how this is benefiting us. So I have in this slide put together some of the rates, especially if you look at the jewelry, the pre-FTA rate and the benefit that I'm getting under the FTA when I export my jewelry into these jurisdictions. Like for instance, if it's Switzerland, it's, under the EFTA, it is 0 to 2, but under the FTA, it becomes 0%. Similarly, if you look at UAE, it was 5, it's become 0%. In a sector where we operate, where margins are thin, this is a big margin, right? It's a significant delta. So that is why we are discussing the FTAs and its significance. We talked about rules of origin. So that is the most significant catch. FTMA rules of origin is the most important aspect that one has to consider. Rules of origin kya hai? Rules of origin is the economic nationality of your goods. To which country the goods belong. A rough diamond belongs to Belgium till the time it is polished. But the moment it is polished, it becomes Indian originating, because there is a substantial transformation that happens. So from that perspective, every FTA will have a rule of origin. And the rule of origin essentially, is determined based on certain aspects. One aspect which we'll discuss later also is change in tariff subheading. So if diamond is 7102, you convert it into a jewelry, it becomes 7113. So there is a change in customs subheading. So that constitutes rule of origin, and it becomes Indian origin product in our example. The other criteria could also be value addition, which Rashmi was talking about. Originally, it was around 35, 40% even for our sector. Now, it has become more rational. It is around 3.5 to 6, 7% in most of the recent FTAs or the renegotiated FTAs. Again, how do you determine the rule of origin or comply with the rule of origin? You have to have a certificate of origin that is issued by the Indian DGFT and any authority or any department that they sanction for doing it. And you will also need to maintain documentation, because certificate of origin is only an establishment that based on your documentation, the origin appears to be India. But your documentation that you maintain at your office is equally important, because scrutiny can happen any time, at least up till 5 years. Now, having talked about, the value addition norms and all of that, so I thought that we will focus on certain recent FTAs and what are the modalities they are under. So, look at UK, UAE, Oman, and Australia. So these are the value addition. So there are, if you refer to the fourth column, core PSR, which is product specific rule. So for your product to enter these markets and to claim the preferential rate, what is the rule? In all cases, the rule effectively is custom change in tariff subheading and value addition criteria. So both have to be achieved. You have to either have a diamond which is converted to jewelry, or you need to have a gold which is converted to jewelry. I'm giving an example. And from that perspective, that is the first criteria. And secondly, you also need to obtain a value addition. Just 1 second, I have gone to diamonds, right? Yeah. So also value addition has to be obtained. So the value addition against the respective FTAs is specified in the second last column. As Rashmi mentioned, now the value addition is more realistic. It is prescribed for different nature of items. For plain, it is lesser. For diamond studded, it is higher and all of that. But overall, it is in the range of 3.5 to 6, 7%, which is feasibly achievable given our modus operandi, and also considering the value addition norms which are there in the foreign trade policy. Only, I think Australia is an exception which prescribes around 1.5%. It is more benign. And I think that is why Australia is being looked at as a market where I think we can have a more compliance-free, access. So that is one market that we should really look at more proactively. Similarly with diamonds also, the similar situation arises. So in all of these 4 FTAs which I talked about, I think apart from India, Australia, which again, as I said, is more compliance-free. So there, the only criteria is that there should be change in the identity from the rough diamond to polished diamond. There is no value addition criteria. But in other jurisdictions, again, it is aligned with the FTP norms broadly. More than 6% is what is being required. Now, we talked about value addition, right? Now, it is also important to, broadly understand how do I compute my value addition? Right? So we talk about value addition. What is this 3%, 6%? How do I understand or determine whether I am arriving there or not? So this is a very broad example of how this operates. Generally, one has to actually look at the specific FTA to objectively identify what the requirement is. Broadly, it is this. So my FOB value, whatever I am exporting at whatever value, that is the foundation. From that, you deduct the cost of your imports. Whatever is the value of rough diamonds if you are manufacturing cut and polished, whatever is the value of gold if you are manufacturing jewelry. And with whatever is the value addition that you achieve, that you divide with your FOB value. And that percentage that is arrived is your value addition. So if that is meeting the criteria which is prescribed in the respective FTAs, then you can seriously consider venturing into that respective market. Now, we talked about rules of origin, certificate of origin, but also in terms of these 4 jurisdictions, what is the document that you need to maintain to sort of establish that the products belong to India or are of Indian origin? So if you would see this table, other than UK, in all jurisdictions, it is primarily certificate of origin, which has to be sort of obtained from DGFT or any authority or body notified by DGFT. But only in UK, there is this facility of self-certification that has been given. So you can self-certify your product and say that the origin is India. Now, while this dispensation has been given, but at the same time, I think there is a high focus on scrutiny because there is self-certification. At the leg where the import happens in UK, there is a higher level of scrutiny and higher level of verification that happens. In all other jurisdictions which we are discussing, it is based on the certificate of origin that is issued by the Indian authority. Few specific nuances, this is not a rule or a norm, but based on our understanding what some of the jurisdictions do. Like Australia may ask for, when the goods are imported and a claim is lodged that, okay, this is of Indian origin, it should claim preferential rate, they may ask for cost breakup or cost computation to establish the value addition. Similarly, what we have seen in UAE will ask for your diamond processing records. Okay, in India the diamond processing has happened, but where are the manufacturing records or a certificate issued by the Indian manufacturer? Similarly, in Oman, they effectively look at the factor that it is not being transshipped. You know, the origin actually is India. Some of the nuances, it is not a rule that this is what they will look at. They may independently examine anything else if they wish to, because it is within their power. Now, we have talked about value addition. We have talked about processing in India. But does every kind of process which is carried out in India qualify or make my product eligible for the benefit under the preferential trade agreement? In other words, if I do a minor polishing, if I do a minor oxidization on an item I'm importing into India and I send it back, can I say the origin has changed? The answer is clear no, because the FTAs itself prescribe that there are certain processes. If you carry only those processes, it will not change the origin of the commodity or the product. Just to cite an example, those processes are like simple polishing, grinding, cutting, repacking, relabeling, cleaning, oxide removal, simple assembly or disassembly. So these are some of the processes. If you carry out these processes, some may not typically apply to gem and jewelry, but oxidization and packing on all of those will generally bar you from a value addition claim. So in essence, what are the documentations that you will need to maintain? If you are exporting to a jurisdiction where you are claiming FTA benefit, then these are the kind of documentations that are needed. You will need to follow and maintain accounting records, which is basically as per GAAP, generally accepted accounting principle. You will need to maintain record of all non-originating material HS code wise, so that you can establish that I imported gold, it was under 710809 and I have then changed it to 7113. So those kind of records will have to be maintained. Also, you will need to maintain manufacturing records. What kind of activity has happened in India? Okay, because see, one may today give a certificate of origin and claim an exemption in the exporting jurisdiction. But tomorrow, if there is any scrutiny, the authority in the exporting jurisdiction which has received your exports will have leeway till up till 5 years to come back and challenge your claim, right? They will effectively challenge the claim of the person who is importing into that country, but it will fall back on you because you have given those disclosures. So you have to maintain these records meticulously. Certificate of origin is only the mark sheet, if I may put it that way, but your answer scripts are these records, right? On the basis of which mark sheet is prepared. Now, last point which I already mentioned is with regard to the India-US trade negotiations. As we all know that US had imposed sanctions on India. Right now it's 50%, it will go up to 500, God knows what will happen. But diamond has been one of the major exports that we carry out into the US. And there is no way diamonds can directly reach the US or have access to US, right? Unless they suffer that duty. In September, Trump had come up with an order where in the original executive order, he added Annex 3. Now, Annex 3 is a list of items where US is willing to consider an exemption with partners who align with US. Now, that Annex 3 includes diamonds also. So, which means that whenever India is able to strike a deal with US, whenever there's a trade deal, diamond most likely will completely get excluded from any kind of tariffs. So that is why this is a touch point where US tariff and FTA again align. If there is an FTA successfully signed, then diamond something which can get positively excluded. So I thought I'll just highlight that. With this, I come to the end of my presentation, and maybe now Rashmi can take it forward in terms of the panel discussion that we're going to have.
Thank you, Supreme. Like, your presentation was really very clear and simple. I think so. आप सभी को clear हुआ होगा कि क्या FTAs हैं, क्या tariff structure है आज की date में duty free. He has clearly shown how 5% has been reduced to nil in across various countries. Then what is that rules of origin condition, how it is computed. So I think so this is the very simplest way, like he has explained you the basic structure of the FTA. So now moving forward, we are moving forward towards the panel discussion round, which is going to provide you the insights about what is benefit of these FTAs for you. What are the challenges that you may face in future? What is the readiness that you need to do before entering into the different markets? So without taking much more time, so I'm going to start my discussion, and Tapan sir is with me. He has been actively involved into the FTA negotiations, and we have been fortunate to work with him closely. So thank you, sir. And my first question to you, sir, like, what do you think, like, what kind of strategic export opportunities that have been opened for our Indian gem and jewelry sector producers as well as exporters?
First of all, I would like to thank Gems and Jewelry Export Promotion Council, the other associations who are involved in this particular, event which is happening today. But I was wondering that perhaps, we could have a very closed door, or maybe a roundtable discussions with the businesses who are present today to sort out their difficulties. We are available for that. But coming to your question, first of all, I would like to say that, in terms of the exports which are taking place today, there is definitely a bit of decline in the exports of the gems and jewelry sector. But up from, if you take from April to November. But India has already put a target, you see, by 2030, as of now, our total exports is around $837 billion, services and goods taken together. By 2030, we have to have a $2 trillion export in services and goods. Out of that, if you look into the gems and jewelry sector, the gems and jewelry sector varies, with the years. It is 39, sometimes $39 billion, sometimes 28 or $29 billion. There is a range between 28 to $39 billion. And there is a challenge how to reach at $75 billion by 2030. This is really a challenge. Now, coming to a question which you said that, and all of you know that, the business is going through a very uncertainties as of now because of one of the countries, but it has an impact on the other countries. Recently, Mexico also announced that we will have a 200% duty on the imports. Now, this will, if this goes into the various country, mode, then it will be a difficult task for your continuation of the exports. Therefore, it's important that we reach at FTA negotiations which are, obligatory for the exporters, for that country to follow the rules and regulation. Because today, there is a WTO. WTO is a multilateral organization which is already defunct in terms of its, jurisdiction. And therefore, US is taking this action. The other countries will be taking this action if required. But if you sign an FTA with the countries where your export, you have opportunities in exports, then it becomes an obligation on their part to continue with that facilities. For example, we signed with the UAE, we signed with the Australians, and we signed with the UK and all. They cannot revert back unless they come out of the FTAs altogether, which we don't think. So therefore, the relevance of these FTAs have become very important because if they don't follow the rules, they don't allow your exports to go through, you can take to the arbitration and then the case can be fought and you can, get the result. Now, if you look at the duty structures of the various, which Mr. Supreme has very nicely explained in the tabular form, primarily the duty components or the import which are jewelry exports which are taking place to some of the countries, the major importers are either the GCC country. Taken together, they are around 27 to 28 billion dollars import. Then you have the EU. EU taken together is about 15 to 16 billion dollars import they have. Similarly, you have a number of other countries also. US, of course, is a thing. But when we look into the FTAs here, you have seen that 23 FTAs we have already, FTAs and PTAs taken together, 23 FTAs we have entered into. Our earlier intention was looking East Asia policy. We were looking into the eastern part. Now we are looking into the western part because our major markets are in the western part now. Your James and Jewelry is particularly, catering to these markets, whether it is the US, European Union, or the GCC countries. There your exports prime, destinations are those places. Having said so, if you look into the total market scenario, naturally, it's important that we need to have FTA with the European Union first. US FTAs, I'm a bit skeptical because US FTA is almost, I'm told internally that almost concluded or almost complete, barring a few agricultural things. But it depends on the Mr. Trump, how he moves forward. So therefore, yesterday, he announced about 500% duty imposed, to be imposed. If the Senate approves, then it will go into this. Now, having said so, your focus should be in the European Union, which is coming, we are going to have FTA very shortly, almost concluded, barring a few points, which will be sorted out shortly. And then the GCC countries. Already we have an FTA with UAE. We have FTA now recently signed with Oman. Now Saudi Arabia is pressing hard for having FTA. Similarly, we will have Qatar and other GCC taken together. They are requesting for. That is also a major market wherein you will get certain concessions. So I stop here on this issue and I suggest that, more and more interactions if you can have on this point with the government, with the James and Jewelry EPC, it will be helpful for you to also understand and to streamline the entire process to get into the final outcome, which will be helpful for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, आपके अकॉर्डिंग सर एक्सपोर्ट अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ कहाँ फॉल कर रही हैं, क्योंकि हमारा जो अनसर्टेनिटी बनी हुई है पूरे ग्लोबल एनवायरनमेंट में, ग्लोबल ट्रेड एनवायरनमेंट में, एफटीएज एक ऐसा माध्यम है या एफटीएज ऐसा मीडियम है जो हमेशा क्या रहने वाला है, स्टेबल रहने वाला है, ये रिवर्ट नहीं होगा. तो सर का कहना यही है क्योंकि एफटीएज आर गोइंग टू बी स्टेबल फॉर अ लॉन्ग टर्म. आपका अगर ग्लोबल ट्रेड डायनामिज्म हर रोज़ चेंज हो रहे हैं तो आप ये एफटीएस का रास्ता लेके यहाँ से एक्सपोर्ट्स क्या कर सकते हैं, बढ़ा सकते हैं. और नंबर 2 जो की टेक अवे है सर के तरफ से, दैट इज़ कि अभी हमारा फोकस ईस्ट से वेस्ट की तरफ जा रहा है, जो हमारे लिए प्रोमिनेंट एक्सपोर्ट मार्केट्स हैं. ईस्ट मीन्स जो हमारे जापान, कोरिया, एशिया, ये मार्केट्स थे. अभी हम दूसरी तरफ शिफ्ट कर रहे हैं, दैट इज़ द वेस्टर्न, टुवर्ड्स द वेस्टर्न साइड. सो थैंक यू सर फॉर दिस की insight. And now coming to Supreme. Supreme, there is a kind of concept called landed cost, right? आपको क्या लगता है कि जो FTAs हैं उसके थ्रू कैसे लैंडेड कॉस्ट हमारे इंडियन एक्सपोर्टर्स और प्रोड्यूसर्स के लिए कम हो सकती है? सो आप इसके बारे में थोड़ा बताएं.
Right. So जब हम FTAs की बात करते हैं, when we talk about FTAs, we generally restrict ourselves to the export market. So firstly, I think we also need to, as I mentioned, we need to look into our sourcing, from where we are sourcing, because if we can source also through an FTA, right? Like from, with regard to the India-UAE FTA, we are sourcing a lot of gold under the TRQ, right? Because that is giving us a percentage of, arbitrage there. So sourcing is one factor. The exercise should start from sourcing. Secondly, we should also be prepared for how the rules of origin operate, because rules of origin may be identical and may only vary minutely for different FTAs. So whatever FTAs are going to come in the future, there also the way I structure my rules of origin, I prepare to be compliant, then that will also have a bearing, and eventually the duty that I save. So the duty that I save in the export market, the tariff concession or the tariff reduction, that effectively is the major component of how my landed cost will reduce, right? But one more important aspect, so FTA is not just about customs concession. The moment you start partnering with global clients, The moment you start becoming compliant with FTAs, it means that your systems are evolving. You are complying with rules of origin, you are maintaining documentary records, your compliance is becoming robust. From a very indirect benefit standpoint, it will reduce your litigation domestically, globally. It will make you a more compliant and more business friendly organization. That is where there is an intrinsic benefit that eventually will also lead to reduction in your landed cost over a period of time, because you will become a trusted partner for your customers.
Thank you, Supreme. Thank you so much. Like landed cost is going to be reduced in both ways, extrinsic as well as intrinsic. So that's a very noted point. Now coming to the next point, Tapan sir, like what possible challenges that exporter can face while doing the exports through the FTA route?
आप लोग शायद माने एक्सपोर्ट्स करते होंगे या एक्सपोर्ट्स लाइन में जाना चाहते हैं, तो आपको चैलेंजेस जानना बहुत ज़रूरी है. In that respect, I would like to say that both the sides, you may be importer, you may be an exporter, or you may be importer as well as an exporter. From the importer point of view, FTAs क्या करता है? FTAs primarily आपको facilitate करता है कि आपके raw materials, intermediate products and ये आपके यहाँ आए. और अभी तक इतना मीथ था कि FTA साइन किए हैं, जितना हमने FTA साइन किया उसके चलते हमारे इंडस्ट्री बर्बाद हो रही है, इंडस्ट्री बंद हो रही है. एक्चुअली हमने जब कैलकुलेशन किया FTAs का, वी फाउंड दैट आउट ऑफ द इंटायर इम्पोर्ट्स इंडिया में जितना इम्पोर्ट हो रहा है, उस इम्पोर्ट्स का अबाउट 700-750 बिलियन डॉलर्स का इम्पोर्ट है. उस इम्पोर्ट्स का आपका करीब 80%, 80% is your raw materials and intermediate products. Then you have certain capital goods, which is about 7 to 8%. Rest about, I was looking into the figures, about 7 to 8% is just the finished products which is coming to India. That is consumer goods. If it is so, then your raw material intermediate products which are used for your production in your country, which is beneficial because then the duty reduction happens on our part and your imports comes through. For example, you have duty reduction on a number of requirements like mountings as well as small requirements for your jewelry, wherein duty exemption has been allowed under the FTA. Therefore, your raw material will come duty free, and then you start manufacturing and then export it. But in case of the metal, of course, metal is considered as a surrogate money in India, and we don't want to make it in a big way. Of course, our export bill is primarily going on account of a few items. Out of that, one is metal, whether it is a yellow metal or silver or platinum. Now, for that, there is a regulations from the government of India. But definitely out of the 800 or 850 million tons which is being imported, out of that 150 million tons is being exported in terms of the export products which is happening. So metals, we have restrictions, and there the duty has been, of course, reduced from 15% to now 6% around. So therefore, metal, that duty has been reduced, but at the same time, you have India-UAE FTA, wherein you have a quota. 1% reduction of the duty from the MFN rate of 6%. And then you get every year, there is a quota increase, which will go up to the 200 metric tons at the end of the year. तो उसमें आपको कोटा मिल रहा है, उसमें ड्यूटी कंसेशंस मेटल्स में मिलेगा. लेकिन मेटल्स को छोड़ के जितनी चीज़ें हैं, उस पर आपको कंसेशंस मिलता है इंपोर्ट साइड में. तो ये इंपोर्ट साइड का हो गया. लेकिन जब आप एक्सपोर्ट साइड में जाते हैं, तो एक्सपोर्ट साइड में ये आपको फैसिलिटेट करता है कि दूसरे कंट्री में आपको क्या मार्केट मिल रहा है. खाली टैरिफ्स नहीं होता है. किसी कंट्री में आप भेजते हैं, सपोज हमारे यहाँ कोई मटेरियल आ रहा है, द मटेरियल, देयर इज़ ए टैरिफ एज वेल एज देयर इज़ ए सर्टेन across the boundary restrictions, regulations which has to be complied with. तो वो regulations as well as tariff को FTA neutralize करता है in terms of facilitating your exports to those countries. जितना भी FTA साइन हुआ है, हमारी ये कोशिश रही है कि उसमें gems and jewelry should be added as part of our zero duty access, as well as liberal rules of origin for our export to be increased to those countries. तो ये हम लोग दोनों मान के चलते हैं कि इन दोनों को इंपोर्ट साइड में, एक्सपोर्ट साइड में. तो आप जब अपना डॉक्यूमेंटेशन करेंगे, अगर इफ़ यू आर ए इम्पोर्टर, यू आर नॉट प्रोक्योरिंग फ्रॉम द डोमेस्टिक मार्केट बट यू आर डायरेक्टली इम्पोर्टिंग, तो कीप these things in mind and follow the, like Mr. Supreme has mentioned, follow the rules of origin. And these are not very, very, like आपको देखने में लग रहा होगा फार्मूला है, ये है, वो है. आजकल ऑनलाइन है. आप रूल्स ऑफ ऑरिजिन के लिए, सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ ऑरिजिन के लिए ऑनलाइन फाइल कीजिए. अगर 24 घंटे में आपको नहीं मिलता है, just send a message to Department of Commerce, you will get it immediately. I used to do this. I've seen that, you know, in case of UAE, there is some delay by some agencies who are issuing this certificate of origin. And within 24 hours, if something is not issued, because we have told, issue it, and if you have any doubt, subsequently you check it from their, you know, documentations and all. तो अभी वो ट्रबल नहीं है. पहले के जो ट्रबल्स थे, पहले होते थे, अब वो नहीं है. अगर आपको बिजनेस करना है, इट इज़ वेरी मच स्मूथ एंड नाउ. Only thing you have to look for your market which James and Jewelry EPC will definitely help you in terms of getting into it. So I will stop here on this point here.
थैंक यू सर. बट सर, आपको लगता है कि जैसे अभी भी जो एक्सपोर्टर्स रूल्स ऑफ ओरिजिन के डॉक्यूमेंटेशन बनाने के बाद भी कुछ उनको चैलेंजेस फेस करने पड़ रहे हैं कि वहाँ के जो कस्टम अथॉरिटीज़ हैं, आइदर दे आर स्टॉपिंग और दे आर चेकिंग मोर और एनी काइंड ऑफ स्ट्रिंजेंट इंस्पेक्शंस आर गोइंग ऑन, और इट इज़ ऑल्सो स्मूदन अप ड्यूरिंग दीज FTAs?
I tell you, जब भी आप, whenever you are signing your FTAs, the rules of origin prescribes you how much the extent of manufacturing you should do for getting the benefit in the other country. Now, in that terms, both the countries have their regulations. But the developed countries have liberalized it substantially because they are not a net manufacturer of most of the jewelries and all. They have the raw material, gold, silver and all, but they are not the net manufacturers. As a result, they are not afraid of, you know, materials coming into that country, but they play a lot of geopolitics and all in terms of having some duty on the importation. Now, if you look at that part, now that also, like Mr. Supreme mentioned, there is a self-certification system. Already European Union has said that we will go for a self-certification system, wherein you need not approach any government authority, you certify yourself, export it. That I have achieved this value addition, I am exporting. Now something happens, then the European Union will write to Department of Commerce. Commerce will in turn verify from you if you have really achieved that value addition or you have just misdeclared, imported it from China or say Vietnam or Indonesia and exported it. That check and balances will be done by the Department of Commerce. So therefore that side is not difficult. But when it comes to our side, I should not comment from this dais, but I should tell you that when it comes to our side, we have a Carota 2020 rules, which the customs authorities came out in 2020, wherein you have to maintain the documents for 5 years, not only 5 years, you have to take a reasonable care in terms of whatever the declarations you are giving, that it has made 5% value addition in, say, Thailand, you are importing from Thailand. That declaration should be true. So that sometimes, you know, creates some sort of hesitation on the importer side, because our apprehension is more from when the imports are coming from ASEAN countries, because we have seen in the past that lot of things are being diverted, even the certificates are issued without, you know, cross-verifying the actual value addition. And whenever we write to them for verification, they don't reply. Our 1,400 requests, not on gems and jewelry, on various accounts are pending with them. So we have taken up, now we are reviewing the India-ASEAN FTA. Already the review is going on. So this is a major issue which we are taking. But with a developed country like UK, Australia, New Zealand, New Zealand of course will be signed very shortly, already concluded. Japan, Korea. Korea of course, only 1 or 2 instances have come. Otherwise, other countries you don't have any issue when the importation is taking place from that country.
Yeah. So it's really a good news, like if you are making your mind to export through FTA route, so once you are done with your rules of origin through digital mediums, then you are not going to face much challenges as far as your procedures are concerned. So thank you for this insight, sir. So now I am coming to Tapan. So, Supreme. Supreme, like what kind of readiness that exporters should do? Like उनको अपने कुछ digital systems change करने होंगे या कुछ skills develop करने होंगे. So what kind of readiness that they should do before entering to this FTA exports?
So as you rightly mentioned, I think there are some changes which are required to be done in your business processes, systems. So I'll start by saying that FTA readiness is more of a system sourcing and design issue and not just a customs concession or a tariff concession issue. So when we come to sourcing, getting sourcing from the right, partner from the right jurisdiction is one thing, but you also need to keep in mind, suppose you are a business who have not claimed any FTA benefit till now, and you are getting a sense that, okay, I need to venture out into other markets. The reason also is that the FTAs provide you, market penetration to diverse markets and, safeguards you from any eventuality like that what happened in the US, right? I personally know that there are many clients who were primarily exporting into US, like 80%, 90%. They were hurt significantly compared to clients who had, say, 30% business in US because they were pretty much diversified. So from that perspective, your sourcing should also factor the aspect of the evolving FTAs so that at any point in time, you are already compliant to switch to another market based on the rules of origin. So rules of origin need not necessarily be complied only if you are intending to claim benefit right now in terms of an existing FTA, but you need to make your business ready for a claim when there is any change in the global landscape. So that is one of the key aspects. Now for that, what you also need to do is also upgrade your systems, right? We have, in India, a certain way of operating, especially in the gem and jewelry sector. The way the South operates, North operates very differently, East has a very different practice. So that, I think GJPC was also fundamental in, putting together an SOP and carrying out a drive where processes can be uniformed across India, because then it becomes a globally acceptable norm, and that also helps you comply with any kind of rules of origin related requirements in the future. So you will have to adapt your system to be ready for the FTAs that are evolving, that are coming through, and rules of origin is something that you should always bear in mind, because that is a factor of your sourcing and also a factor in terms of what you value add and where you want to export. So these are the three criterias. And the last point which I would want to mention is that FTAs are a business perspective, as a business equation. It is not just a compliance requirement. So we'll have to look at FTAs as business opportunity more than a compliance that we need to carry out to access a certain market, right? So that I think would be the...
So Supreme, just to extend this question more, as we know, there are so many FTAs, right? GCC market, if we can categorize into regions, then is the ASEAN market, then is coming to the Western market. So सबके products designing के जो requirements रहते हैं, customers preferences रहते हैं, that are different. But from Indian side, they may have their routine kind of designs or they have their own set of designs. So how they should reduce that gap? क्योंकि उनका जो demand रहेगा या preference रहेगा, that is not according to India. So in terms of changing the designs, what they should do? How to reduce that gap, design gap?
So I think that is more of an issue with regard to your, understanding with your customer and with your market, right?
Okay.
So you cannot do something which you're not engineered to do, right? So every business has to assess. If I am, 80% of my turnover is catering to domestic market, and that is my primary forte, then it does not make sense for me to sort of completely withdraw from what my forte is and venture into something very different, because that will be turbulent, only because I want to access a certain kind of market.
Absolutely.
But I believe people who are already exporting have already in a way tweaked their business practices to adapt to a certain nature of market. Obviously, if I want to access to, say, New Zealand today, I will need to do an R&D, I will need to visit there, I'll need to get a sense of their market, understand what the demand is, and then, do the backward integration in terms of feasibility, whether I can do this. And if I can do this, and if there is volume, scale, penetrability, only then I should move forward, right?
That's a good point, Supreme. Doing the market research is really very, very important. Without doing market research, randomly moving to the other markets through FTA will not lead anywhere to you. So market research as well as preparation of the digital systems. These are the few important requirements or the readiness that you have to prepare for. Thank you. And now coming to this last question. So, sir, like under FTA, as we have seen, like duty relaxations are given on the exported goods from India, like the jewelry or the diamonds. What about, sir, sourcing of metals or sourcing of other kind of rough material? Do under FTAs, there is some kind of exemptions that India has provided, some kind of procedures or relaxations on the imports of intermediary or the raw materials? And specifically, sir, TRQ system.
Yeah, thank you. Perhaps I spoke on this in a brief earlier, but I would like to tell you, FTAs are meant to reduce your cost. As Mr. Supreme mentioned earlier, that if you want to reduce your cost, you have to reduce your cost on the input, which input you require, the manufacturing, as well as your exports, and taken together your logistics and other marketing efforts which are being. Now, on the FTA front, if you look into the inputs, you have two types of jewelry. Generally, have two types of inputs. One is about the metal itself, which can be gold, silver, or the platinum, or the other part will be like mountings and the other accessories you need for making your jewelry, as well as other requirements. So far as the mountings and others are concerned, we have already, wherever we are, the countries we are negotiating, we are giving them a 0% access to our market. For example, India, Japan, India, Korea, India, ASEAN, we have a zero duty access for all these. This is metal. But what happens, when this was allowed, there are miscreants always everywhere. They try to find out the way. And a lot of imports were started coming from ASEAN country. Very peculiar thing about ASEAN is that, as Mr. Supreme mentioned, on the rules of origin, ASEAN, not a single country, they take the rules of origin or manufacturing activity which is taking place, taking all the 10 countries together. Now, Indonesia produces gold. Now, Indonesia supplies gold to, say, Malaysia. Malaysia adds value to that. As a result, they consider that how much value addition has happened. It is 100% value addition because gold is produced in Indonesia, supplied to Malaysia. So ASEAN as such is sending it as a 100% value addition. And therefore, it was found that a lot of people are exporting from there, just changing the yellow metal into a bangles without any shape, any design, and exporting to India as a supply of gold. This is a route they have found out. Then immediately, it was a challenge. So therefore, Government of India, what they put, that you will be allowed zero duty access, but this has been put under a restricted list. It means you have to apply to DGFT for a license, separate license for importation of that, so that they can check what purpose you are using. Similarly, India, UAE FTA, we have this 1% duty reduction on the gold. And last year's story and what happened in the last year. The gold duty was 15%. On that, people found out the 1% gold imports. They found out a big arbitrage in terms of the duty component. Even in the name of the gold, they imported platinum alloy. Platinum alloy has a classification which says that if 2% platinum is there, it will be considered as a platinum alloy. Now, platinum alloy, when you import into India, you have 98% or 90% or 80% gold content in that. It means, in a way, you are bringing in gold at 6% duty because on the platinum it was a less duty. So these type of manipulations when happen, then definitely it hinders on the importation. So we have, as of now, on the inputs like mountings and findings and other thing, you can import duty-free from, say, Japan, Korea, even your ASEAN, as well as you have the developed countries. Now we are putting in that clause. So far as the metal is concerned, only one country, that is UAE, wherein 1% quota has been allowed, which is being allocated. Of course, every year the quota is getting increased. but 1% duty concession is 1% is good enough, a big amount in terms of when it comes to the gold. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So according to sir, there is absolutely a provision, like you can have duty-free imports of raw material or the intermediate goods from the different countries under FTA, but it should not be manipulated. That's why government has put it into the restricted list. So, but there is absolutely a provision. So now, coming to our last round, I would like to request our panelists to give a key message to all our exporters or to the audience so that they can go and take action accordingly. So any key message for our audience? So Supreme, starting from you.
So I think one point that I want to mention, and I'll be very crisp here, that consider FTAs as a business opportunity and not as a tax concession. So I think that mindset also needs to change if India really needs to foray into the foreign markets, because government is significantly negotiating with other countries to boost its exports, right? That is the objective. So businesses also need to sort of align with that thought process and with the overall objective of the government of India to foray into the export market, and also upgrade their systems, processes to sort of align with the foreign requirements, the practices which are there globally. Government is doing significantly towards ensuring that the export market access is given. So I think the businesses should venture towards tapping this requirement. So and I think that would be the message.
Yeah, that's really great. So according to Supreme, it should be taken as a strategic business opportunity, not only a tax concession, a medium to enhance your exports. Tapan sir?
Thank you. Just I will take not one point. I would like to suggest 2 points here. First point is about, in terms of quality. Of course, Indian jewelry have a quite quality, good quality, eh? But would suggest that you should have a connection with all the big retailers. Like I was talking with the Australian counterpart when I was negotiating with them. That point of time, we said that why can't we have a discussion with the Kmart and the other retailers, big retailers in Australia. Similarly, you have a JC Penney and other retailers. If we can get some form of ideas, if the exporters, the type of big exporters always get some information overseas, they have their own agents, they have their own people working abroad. But those which are MSMEs or small exporters, they need to have understanding of the requirement of the other side. If you understand that this is the requirement, and apply the reverse engineering, have a collaboration. Even the Australians even the New Zealanders, they are very cooperative. They are looking for joint ventures, investments within India. But we have to find out the right person who can, work with them. This is first point. The second point is, for yourself, I would suggest that you should have a preparation like, the chart which Mr. Supreme was showing to you. You should have a ready-made chart in front of you, just which talks about the customs duty, rules of origin and all, which is not a very rocket science, you can have always, which you can venture anytime you need. You can look into it and, immediately you apply to that. And my last point will be, those who are waiting for the India-US, FTA to be concluded and looking forward for EA, I would like to tell you one thing very clearly. Of course, my views may be different from what the government of India may be saying. But one thing is very clear, that in the US, the agreements which US is signing or entering into, these are not really FTAs. These are just tariff reductions commitment. But this doesn't have any arbitration clause. As a result, the recent news wherein the US authorities threatened the Indonesian side that if you don't follow these particular, on the importation side, then I am going to withdraw the concession which I have given to you. So that sort of thing will always be there on your head in terms of EA. So therefore, look for diversification. It's good that exporters are diversifying their exports, and we could see that in major markets, our exports are growing up. Now we expect that with the India-EU FTA and fully operational of the India-UK FTA, and GCC, of course, in times, then with Israel and the other countries which we are negotiating, perhaps will be helpful for you to venture into those markets. There is a huge lot of scope. As I mentioned, more than $870 billion of exports are happening all over the world. And India is just, jewelry is exports is around 30 to 35 billion dollars. So we have a huge opportunities to export to these countries. I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So we can take one or two questions. Yes, sir.
Very good afternoon. Thank you for both the panelists for giving such insights on the export and import information. My company is based in Middle East since 1972, and we have been thinking to open a manufacturing unit in India. So I might have missed the first part of the chart and everything, but just I don't know if it's the right place to ask this. Do we have a one-window system where import and export is clearly details are provided, registrations are one-window system for all this export facilities, where we can learn, register, and get the rules very clearly?
One window system where every information could be available, and based on your business profile, you can determine from where I should import from and to where I should export. So I think that is something that has to be developed internally. And that is what I was talking about, that you need to engineer your business to adapt your sourcing and to also determine the export market where you can get the best possible concession. Government will not have, and you may correct me on that, portal where you will have information access based on your business profile. It will obviously have a standalone information with regard to benefits that are available under this agreement, because under the same agreement there are benefits in relation to import and export, right? So if there is a India-UAE FTA, under that FTA it will also provide what the Indian government is offering to products of UAE and what the UAE government is offering to the products of India that go into the UAE. So it's operating that way. So if you are sourcing from one jurisdiction, exporting to another, that is something for you to figure out, right? So
Just in addition to, he has rightly mentioned this, Government of India doesn't have that sort of, information readily available immediately. But you have a very, very valid question, because I know that big exporters, they know from where to import and where to export and all. But for those who are not very much established and those who are not aware of the other country, provisions, it's important to have that. I will tell you before, we close we take on a few more questions. Recently I went to New Zealand High Commissioner, in Delhi. He invited me for a dinner, and there were only a few people from Indian side, World Bank, head, myself. Both of us were there, and we saw that, before New Zealand has only been announced, that India-New Zealand agreement has been concluded, not signed. But before that, we could see that they had all the, exporters, in terms of big exporters, whether it is a Jespri, kiwi fruits, or it is a, agriculture, any agriculture product, apples and all. They had their people, even the green technology, they had their people there. They were talking about, before the agreement is signed, they were talking about how to get into the northern part of India, the southern part of India, western part and eastern part. And they were moving everywhere to get the, access into these, markets, talking with the dealers before the agreement is signed. Perhaps, we are lacking in terms of that. The markets from where you can procure, we tried in case, because I was in charge of Australia and New Zealand, I tried in my times that if we can have some sort of market sourcing, like from where you will source, say, you have a number of countries. FTA, this FTA is giving you duty concessions, but you are not aware of which country we will be able to, source in a very easy way. What I suggested to all the missions, which I was looking after, and they have started working on that you should have a directory of those suppliers, and one-to-one contact. Even the suppliers and meeting, the meeting can take place between suppliers and the EA. Of course, I understand that the James and Jewelry EPC must be working on this, wherein they will provide this type of information. But in the times to come, this is very important, wherein we connect you, because on the one hand, we are saying there should be resilient supply chain.
Yes.
And for that, we are working whether under the 14 countries IPEF or the India-EU TTC or India-Japan agreement or India, Australian arrangements or the Quad arrangement. All these are to help you supply, resilient supply chain. Now, these information should be made available. There are efforts. We have asked the EPCs also to work on this. Maybe in the times to come, these will be given to your floor. Yeah,
So
thank you.
the reason I asked this question was that we have a manufacturing facility over there, and we've been part of Export Bahrain, where we have a zero duty agreement with US all these years. We are into 10% bracket right now. But we do have one window where the government provides us, because since the industry is so large and so many HSN codes are involved when you import and export. But to get a clarity on that, we have one window system where we are provided with this, a very nice information of what can be imported, which raw materials are there in that HSN code. And while we are exporting it, right, so the organization, the government, the Chamber of Commerce, both American Chamber of Commerce and Bahrain Chamber of Commerce, they provide us, both of them are having one window of how things will be done there, what are the challenges that you might face in Bahrain, and what you need to take care of. So while the challenges were explained very nicely over here, but I was just, maybe in future, if we have this policy, if it is documented well, it will give a big push to exporters across the India.
Just one point I'd like to, with your permission. In this context, a bit of help you can get from, we have the territorial desk in Department of Commerce. Like I was looking after New Zealand, Australia. If you suppose you want to know that, whether this tariff lines covers this or not, or, from the Australian point of view, then the territorial desk officer can give you that information. That is readily available, that he is supposed to give that information to you. Perfect. Say if, with India, Australia, the major importers of, we mainly import the coal, the metallurgical coke and the coal. Now, on those importation, their HS code was different than the HS code. Up to 6 digit everywhere in the world, it will be same. 7th and 8th digit is a country code. Now, but in the 6th digit itself, there were difficulties, and as a result, our Indian customs were not allowing. That concession has not been given on this HS code, but this HS code was Australian HS code. But up to 6 digit, it should be same. Yes. So immediately when they brought to our notice, we found that our HS code was wrong, and we take it up with the, Brussels, the customs union, and we worked with them. And then within a month's time, through the Finance Act, they have amended that. So that sort of provision is there, and the Department of Commerce need to take care of that. If you have that sort of query, see, departmentofcommerce.gov.in, and you see the contacts. There the territorial desk-wise officer's name is mentioned. Joint Secretary is good enough to clarify the position. So you can write to Joint Secretary, copy to Commerce Secretary. I don't think there will be difficulty, but you have to follow up at times, because sometimes, desk is overloaded, their priorities are different. Maybe they may not be able to cater to you immediately, but you follow it up through phone calls or through, messaging. That will help you.
Thank you so much for this valuable information.
Thank you.
So just one point, Rashmi, on this, and this is very important point that he has brought up in terms of having a supply chain optimization guidance.
Yes, yes.
And this is something that maybe GJPC can also take up in putting together a system or, a portal which can have this sort of facilitation, which can also be backed by Ministry of Commerce or something around that, because this is something which every business, evolving entrepreneur should also know in terms of where my benefit lies and where I can capitalize on the different tax rates and benefits maybe.
Of course, it's really a good point. And though we have certain information in different pieces, we have tariff calculators, tariffs applicable in different countries, HS code-wise list, everything is available in different pieces, but your suggestion is really good and well taken. We will do it accordingly. Thank you. Thank you. And now, due to the time constraint, though the discussions are going good, and we could not see like कैसे 1 घंटा बीत गया है, लेकिन अभी मैं ये सेशन को कंक्लूड करते हुए I just want to say right now after this discussion it is very much clear, like we have duty free exports in different countries, number 1. Number 2 is imports can also be sourced at duty free but under certain restrictions. Third is procedures are streamlined. There are no such issues when you prepare your rules of origin. Fourth is government is well supportive. Trade associations, export promotion councils, they all are well supporting their members. Now, what to do? Now, this is a very high time when you can take the opportunity of enhancing your businesses, your exports. Because agar abhi nahi, to I am really much sure, then kabhi nahi. So with this note, आप लोग दोबारा जाइए, then you can see the list of FTAs. आप देखिए कि आपके प्रोडक्ट्स किन FTAs के साथ मैच कर रहे हैं, और जैसे कि हमारे पैनलिस्ट ने बताया है, आप उन पे कुछ मार्केट रिसर्च करिए, R&D करिए, then you can see कि अगर कुछ गैप्स हैं प्रोडक्ट डिज़ाइनिंग में, प्रोडक्ट आइडेंटिफिकेशंस में, then you can reach to us. फर्दर अपना कुछ रेडीनेस आप इंक्रीज कीजिए डिजिटल सिस्टम्स के थ्रू या कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग के थ्रू. आई थिंक सो आफ्टर डूइंग दिस रेडीनेस एंड डूइंग अ बिट ऑफ बाय टेकिंग ओनली वन स्टेप, we are very much sure like you will be able to take the advantage of this FTA, and our ultimate motive of enhancing the usage of FTAs will really be well achieved. With this positive note, I would also like to thank our panelist, Supreme and Tapan sir. Like he has come from Delhi to share his insight. So we are really very much thankful to both the panelists for sharing their deep insights and perspectives. Thank you once again. Thank you.
I would like to extend a huge thank you to all the 3 speakers. Thank you for sharing your insights with us. Now, I would like to felicitate all the 3 speakers. Let's give a big hand for our speakers.
Recording in progress.
Requesting everyone to please settle down as we'll be starting our next session now. Requesting everyone who are waiting outside the launch pad for the session to start, requesting everyone to come inside as we are starting the session now.
This is forward. This is back. So you want presentation when you go up.
Recording stopped.
Requesting everyone, those who are waiting outside the launch pad for the session to start, please come inside so that we can start the session. Once again, I would request everyone to please settle down as we are starting this session. Very good afternoon and a very warm welcome to the next seminar of iijjs Bharat Signature 2026 Innovate Talks. I am Clarina Gomes and I will be your host for this session. The topic for this session is
Recording in progress.
the joy of jewelry, connecting with today's customer. To share its insight on the topic, we have Mr. Praveen Govindu, partner at Deloitte South Asia. Talking about Mr. Praveen, consumer and retail sector partner for Deloitte Asia, South Asia, with experience of over 2 decades in serving gems and jewelry and wider consumer and retail sector clients with their business transformations. Let's give a big hand. Let's invite Sir on the stage. Sir, the stage is all yours.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So, we don't have a lot of people, so maybe you want to hear, you want to just come to the first row itself so that we can keep it a little more closer. Yeah. Yeah, so my name is Praveen Govindu. I'm a partner with the Deloitte Consulting Practice. I do a lot of work in the retail space in general, but otherwise specifically also focus on gems and jewelry as a space, right? So that's what I do. I've been in consulting for now close to 20 years. So this is essentially a report that we have also launched just a few days back. So I was thinking I'll kind of present some of the findings of the report and how this whole market is shaping, right? So that was the intent of this discussion today. So yeah, I mean, you can also download the report from online. There's a PDF copy. Happy to also share with some of you as well, right? But otherwise, yeah, we're calling it Joy of Jewelry, connecting with today's consumer. So you would also want to come forward? You're okay there? No worries. Yeah, so I think some of these, I don't know, you said you are into LGD. You do more natural, okay. More into wholesale. You're more retailers, okay. You're wholesale, okay. Ma'am, how you connected to the sector? You're planning to venture, okay, interesting. So a startup possibly? Okay, now you're thinking of looking at building a brand. Nice. Ma'am, you? Okay, so hopefully from academia. And sir, what about you? LGD. Okay, nice. So we have natural diamonds, we have LGD, we have retailers, we have hopefully a new brand, wholesale, and The reason I wanted to just know is so that, I can also just contextualize some of these findings to some of you. This is a chart, right? This is broadly, I think most of you are aware how the trends are from a jewelry context, from a gold context. This is actually the gold demand. And this year has been, of course, very, very unique in terms of how, the demand for gold has picked up globally, the prices, etc. But this was just to put some perspective. As you can see, between FY24 and FY25, the overall gold demand in terms of tonnage is less, while the value is, of course, pretty high, right? And that's, of course, the price per carat, price per gram and all is gone up significantly. Of course, this, this is not apple to apple. This is only 3 quarters of FY25. This is full year FY24. But you can see the scale, even after we add the 4th quarter of FY25, you may not see the same level of demand as what it was last year. So, of course, this is going to also kind of impact how the next year, which is current year, FY26, could look like, right? So, and this is global, not India. This is globally, this is the demand for gold, right? If FY24 was about 5,000 tons, and India is, we all about 800 tons of gold demand we have in India, right? Probably this would be about 4,000 tons, let's say, in FY25. So the volume would have gone down by about 20% in FY25. While, of course, from a value standpoint, we've all seen, pretty much everybody would have seen growth, right? So, but yes, some interesting factors, central banks, we all think central banks are probably buying. That's not the case. They have kind of pretty much stabilized, same as last year probably, right? Then the significant portion here is investment in gold-backed ETFs. That has significantly increased. So a lot of consumers are now buying into ETFs, while jewelry buying has come down, right? You can clearly see in terms of tonnage. Value-wise, I'm sure you may be seeing growth, but in terms of tonnage, there is a reduction. So what we were trying to understand is specifically from the context of India, how could this change and how this has changed, what we normally do is we've done this report on a longitudinal basis. So last year also we've done a consumer survey, and this year again we've done a consumer survey. So we were trying to understand what is the behavior which has changed and what is the behavior which is not changed, right? So I'm just talking about a few things which have not changed. So in a summary, trust in brand, channel, product, these are things which have really not changed, right? So as you can see, the factors driving preferences for jewelry purchase, if you look at that, and the green bar is essentially this year, which is, you can say, 2025, and previous year was 2024. Very clearly, I mean, at a macro level, these are, let's say, the top 4 factors which kind of impact the preference when buying, right? So brand heritage, value, craftsmanship, the story, they all are, in fact, that is probably the most important factor when a consumer is buying a jewelry piece, right? And I'm sure you would kind of agree with that. Then, of course, your friends, family, are they promoting your brand? That plays a strong role. In-store experience, personalized service, again, of course, it is a category which requires personalization, but this also is very critical. Almost 70% of the respondents said that's important for them while buying. What we also see is this, almost 50% of the consumers have also said brand certification for ethical, legal business practices. And this is more predominant now with the Gen Z, right? I mean, with the younger cohorts who are not, honestly, we did a survey with the younger cohorts also. They are not very brand loyal now. While their parents and, they may be brand loyal, you may have them as your first gen customers, but then the next generation customers may not have the same brand loyalty. So they will be looking at things like this. Okay, are we certified? Are you having business practices which are more ethical? Are you sustainable in nature? right? So some of those will impact their purchase buying behavior, right? And broadly, nothing much has really changed, but between, if you have to really compare between last year and this year, this is where you can see a change. Uh, the heritage, values, craftsmanship, that has only become more important. So hence, how well you articulate your story with the end consumer becomes very, very important, right? Yeah, then the other thing we also wanted to understand was preference. Is there any specific preference from a channel standpoint? Do consumers want to buy from any specific kind of format or a specific, type of jeweler, right? So again, national retail chains dominate. Consumers want to buy into national retail chains, and you can already see, right, some of the large chains keep expanding, across locations. Family jewelers, which are specific local stores, also continue to remain dominant, right? Local retail stores. So in some sense, national retail chains are probably, what is kind of expanding into all territories, while these were always there, right? And national retail chains also is a lot of expansion has happened in the last 3-4 years. I mean, probably post-COVID, I would say, is a lot of expansion. Yeah, yeah. So national retail chains today possibly are taking away market share from the unorganized market. So they will probably be taking share away from the unorganized into organized. So like completely, unknown and maybe, completely unorganized, maybe to some, maybe we don't know, wholesale to organized. But otherwise, the family jewelers or, the traditionally the place where they're coming and buying, the customers, they continue to remain prominent, right? Yeah. But correct. So these are anyway a set of different consumers, right? And it's a sample survey. So the way we should interpret this is, a consumer who has always been going to a family jeweler will possibly continue to go there, right? But somebody who's exposed to a national retail chain and has started buying in the national retail chain will possibly look at even a national retail chain as a possible choice to go and shop. These are not mutually exclusive, right? The choice is what is your preferred channel. So my channel, I may be coming to a family jeweler, but I could also prefer going to a national retail chain. It's not either or. So I mean, the survey, of course, will not give the exact, details, but the way I would interpret this is, different channels or different types of jewelers are wooing me as a consumer. So,
thinking about this question was, let's say, as a new startup, as one of anybody who wants to start. So, what could be something which the consumers today are choosing as a first? Like, they would just prefer one retail store which is focused on one area, who's trying to be very personal. Let's say a store in Kolkata touching the cultural heritage of Kolkata.
Okay.
Would that be something more appreciated or a national chain? And both of them are ranked very high as preference. So because these being a little bit different as a strategy, we just wanted to know if this survey gave that insight.
see, these are two independent points of view. On the previous slide, like I said, right, your brand heritage, values, craftsmanship, they play a big role in the purchase decision. This one is more in terms of the format. Now, of course, when there's a large national retail chain, there possibly is an association of a brand, right? I want to buy into a brand, which I can then probably talk about, right? But I'll come to the next slide, which will also answer your point, right? What are the factors which are also driving the purchase, right? Now, this is again independent of, which, where do you come and buy, right? So clearly quality becomes number one, even above price. Price is number two, design number three. Again, this has come up, right? Certifications, hallmarking, some of those, and that's also grown between last year and this year, right? So this continues to play a role. And if you're able to provide a quality product with a certain focus on design, these are important factors along with price, right? Now, it can be a startup, it can be a national retail chain, And particularly the lower cohort in terms of age group, they are not very brand loyal, so they're okay, right? And you can continue to see, design and all playing a big role when it comes to conversion. And in fact, the next one will be a little more interesting. If I go to the next slide. What has also changed? Yeah, see, behaviors that are changing. This is where you will see, right? And this is again, of course, because between last year and this year, a lot in terms of price movements have happened. As an investment choice, let's say if you have to look at gold and some of the other opportunities that are there, mutual funds, equity, etc., right? You can see that the preference for gold and jewelry as an investment choice in terms of wealth creation, this is a stark difference between last year and this year. 55% of the people said, okay, they are probably investing in gold as an investment choice. And gold always been a preferred investment choice, right? So nothing new there. But then now 86% are saying, we would like to invest in gold and jewelry, possibly to create wealth, in addition to some of the other choices that they were already making, right? So this becomes, so hence when a consumer is walking into a retail store or possibly, buying, will probably have something like this at the back of their mind, right? And this has implications, let's say now on making charges, which are tagged to a value, let's say. Now, the consumer is going to ask those questions going forward, right? Okay. Earlier it was okay, a percentage of total value was okay. Now the total value has gone up. Now my percentage linked to the total value will also go up significantly. Now, is that a dead investment for me? Because then should I buy just a gold bar? And which is why you will see, right, on one of the global slides, the proportion of people investing in ETFs has gone up, whereas jewelry has come down. So that shift will also start happening, here as well, if you're not already seeing it. So, how do you then manage those kind of expectations? And even this trend here on the bottom, right? What is changing, along with gold prices, as gold prices are going up? Most people have said they are reducing weight, but they're keeping the purity the same, which means, again, ties up with the fact that when you're looking at gold, jewelry as an asset class, you would like to keep the highest purity because that gives the maximum ROI when they want to sell it back, right? So again, all ties up to the fact that, are we looking at gold and jewelry as a wealth creator? And hence, how are we then going to respond to this trend, right? Particularly in 2026. And this also kind of addresses your question, right? Preferences. And this is a question specifically on style preference. And maybe for you, as you venture into retail, right? So this is basically, the style preference across all the respondents. And this is the style preference specifically for Gen Z females. So as you can see, the dark green, which is essentially this one, right, 29%, is traditional Indian style. Contemporary and minimalist, about 23, 28%, and then no specific preference, about 20% of the people. But if you see for Gen Z, between contemporary and minimalist design, 75% of the people say, that is what they prefer. Right? The traditional Indian, only 16% have kind of answered as yes, right? So this is again something that will impact the kind of product assortment you would like to keep in the stores, right? Again. And here as well, right? The preference for material. While gold continues to dominate as a preference, you can see that slowly there is silver which has gone up, a slight decrease in diamonds. Diamonds was 46, now 44%. But platinum has slightly gone up, precious gemstones has gone up, right? LGD has slightly gone up. So clearly, some of the alternate metals also will start playing a role in terms of the material preference, right, for jewelry. So that's the other, insight that we could draw from this. Yeah. Yeah, so this is, these are just a couple of slides which are more around, hence, given how consumers are changing, what are the implications for us as a brand, maybe as a wholesaler, as a, B2B player, as a startup, right? And again, nothing new from your perspective. You have been doing all of this, but the focus hence is, how do we sweat these assets better, right? I mean, hence margin efficiency or inventory turns. How do we look at optimizing the inventory in the store and in the value chain so that, we are able to maximize inventory, revenue per square feet for an offline store, non-purchaser, data. Well, now a lot is around, how do you manage the experience of the customer? Even if the customer is not a buyer on the platform, how do you also manage that non-purchaser data? Because, somebody who's either visited our platform or the store is a potential customer, right? So very likely that they would convert, if not here, somewhere else. So how do you ensure that maximize that conversion when they've come to you, right? So we kind of shared certain action points around that. And then, these are essentially all the business processes, right? See, one of the big things we are seeing, when I do a lot of work with my clients in the gems and jewelry space, the business processes are not designed for scale, right? And that becomes a bit of a challenge. And hence, and a lot of these, right? All of these are very specific gems and jewelry business processes. I'm sure some of you, if you are implementing an ERP or something, you will notice that no ERP is designed to manage a gems and jewelry business process because we have both weight and value to manage in the system. And then, okay, so it becomes a challenge. But anyway, so all of these business processes, right, whether it is merchandising, procurement process, your OTB process, your operational processes, hedging processes, campaign management, all of those business processes and the respective KPIs. How do we also ensure seamless alignment across all these business processes becomes increasingly important, particularly for people who really want to scale, right, and unlock value in the process. So this is basically just to ensure, and it's also just not unlocking value in consumer trust. You can only demonstrate and give a certain specific consumer trust or a promise only if you are sure that these business processes are working, as per how you want them to work, right? And not make them very people dependent. Today, a lot of the business processes in most of the organizations are people centric. So again, how do you ensure that they're not very people dependent, but we have an organization which is more data driven and process oriented, right? So these are again, an illustrative list of processes. But the idea is this will be the key to have operational excellence and scale, right? So that's what we thought we have updated. So in case you are interested, you can download the report, scan the QR code, or I can as well share with all of you separately. Yeah, so that's broadly it from my side. Any other questions? If anybody of you have, happy to. Yeah, one more question.
Just in case if you have some data while going through this about what are the consumers choosing, as in the established brands or the new, because we are in a phase where a lot of new companies are entering.
Absolutely.
So how is the market growing for this player? So in case you had some data that we have many new brands come in, and
Correct.
what sort of market share are they taking? Have they increased the pool, or there is some erosion of some others' market share?
Sure. See, I can give you an answer. There is no specific data. It's very difficult to get syndicated data around this. Most of the data will be sample surveys, right? But my own point of view is market is growing, of course, at a certain pace. We expect the market to grow at almost close to 10-11% on a year-on-year basis. So there is clearly a pie which is growing, but at the same time, the share of unorganized is going down, right? So, and now you may ask, okay, what is the definition of unorganized? Maybe somebody who's pretty famous but only has 2 stores in Mumbai, let's say. Do we classify them as an unorganized? Now, our standard definition for unorganized usually is somebody who's not a chain. Let's say, is only a single store. But at the same time, probably not a very well-known brand. Now, it is very difficult to say, whether this brand is unorganized. Maybe I don't have 2 stores, but I have 1 store which is like extremely popular. Now, you go to Madhya Pradesh or maybe some others, or Mumbai itself, right? There are single stores which probably are doing 500 crores turnover, right? That's essentially an organized store, right? You can't also classify it as unorganized. But yes, the point of view is possibly a lot of share moving away from those unorganized stores. Yes, in some sense, some of the brands will eat into it, but then at the same time, since the overall pie is growing, you will not see that impact right away. But going forward, yes, consumers are asking, let's say, for example, we saw certification. Now, do you have certified processes? Now, how do you look at certification? Let's say, for example, I'm given to understand now iijjs, Association for Gold Excellence Standards. Now, they have come up with this process of accrediting jewelers. Now, tomorrow the consumer can come and say, oh, are you an iijjs accredited jeweler? For example, right? Maybe the definition of an organized jeweler becomes, so somebody who's iijjs accredited is an organized jeweler. Right? So, since consumer buying behavior is changing, even the unorganized players would like to become organized, and the organized players would like to add scale, and yeah, but competition is expected to only increase, right? And D2C brands, direct to consumer brands, they're also wanting to take a share of pie, only focus on online, at least on the lower value side, right? I mean, we have seen that it's very difficult to penetrate the higher value, buy purchases online, but the lower value purchases, silver can go online, right? Yeah. Thank you. Yes. Sorry.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Shan. So you had a data point on gold and jewelry, which showed a lot of rise in the current year. But there have been a rise a lot in gold, a lot in gold ETFs, even
Correct.
on gold coins. But in terms of jewelry, the direction has not been the same. If we see jewelry as such, of such fine jewelry, which say studded, polkis, and gemstones,
Correct.
how are these studded ratios, how are these going on? Are the studded ratios increasing? Are consumers inclining towards more studs because gold is getting more expensive? Or is it just the gold buying which is increasing?
Yeah. See, specifically in this survey, we didn't have this question. This was a sample of about, let's say, 700, 800 consumers who we have reached out to. We didn't specifically ask that question in terms of how their preference is changing between gold and diamond and within diamond or even
This is
gemstones.
specific from your knowledge.
Yeah, so my own, what I'm basically seeing in general from a supply standpoint, right, may not be so much on the demand side, is, see, very clearly, I think now in this year specifically, because of the rise in prices, there appears to be a slight preference towards gold. So even some of the diamond buyers are possibly switching to gold, but not a lot, right? But there's clearly that appears to be that we are more interested in gold now, and probably.
Also, add on to that point,
Yeah.
I didn't know how the separation of that data point would be. It shows an increase for gold and jewelry, but I feel the major of the chunk goes for just gold and not really jewelry.
Yeah. In fact, in the first chart, if you've seen, majority of the growth has actually happened because of increase in ETFs.
Yeah, because of the FOMO effect.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. Even I'll give a personal example. Even my wife is saying we should now go and invest in gold when the prices are peak, right? And I've shown you that first slide, right? That
I
if
think
you
I
see this,
missed that.
the central bank buying and some of those things have kind of stabilized. It's only ETFs which are growing, and still the price is growing up, right? So I don't know. Maybe it could be the hedge funds, speculative. So you never know what's going to happen next, right? So yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. No, thanks everyone. Thank you so much for being such a nice audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Praveen, for sharing such an insightful presentation with us. I would like to felicitate Sir Praveen. Requesting everyone to please settle down as we'll be starting the next session in 5 minutes. Requesting everyone to please settle down. Thank you.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Requesting everyone to please settle down as we are starting the session in 1 minute. Very good afternoon and a very, very warm welcome to the next session of iijjs Bharat Signature 2026 Innovate Talks. I am Clarina Gomes and I will be your host for this session. The topic for this session is lab-grown diamonds, truth, myth, and the next luxury revolution. To share its insights on the topic, we have Mr. Anil Prabhakar, industry analyst and salesman turned into storyteller. Mr. Adit Bhansali, co-founder of Firefly Diamonds. Mr. Hasu Dholakia, CEO of Dholakia Lab Grown Diamonds Private Limited. Mrs. Sweetie Wagani, CEO Director at Rumi's Jewelry. Mr. Chirag Soni, Managing Director at SGL. Mr. Lisha Shah, Founder and Chief Creative Officer. I would like to welcome Mr. Anil Prabhakar. Anil Prabhakar is a seasoned professional in the luxury and lifestyle sector, known for his unique career path from a salesman and industry analyst to an award-winning business storyteller.
Recording in progress.
Let's give a big hand to Mr. Anil Prabhakar. I would like to welcome sir on the stage.
Thank you, Clarina, for a crisp and short introduction. Just I'll point out that she is Leshna. So,
I'm so sorry.
So say that again.
Leshna.
Now you will remember. Okay, great. So, good afternoon. Since we are meeting for the first time in 2026, Happy New Year. Volume little bit. Thank you so much. Namaskar, Adab, Sat Sri Akal. Very good afternoon. Kem છો? How many Gujjus in the audience? મારા બધા પેનલિસ્ટ ગુજ્જુ જ છે. કેમ છો? કેમ છો? મજામાં. ભલે પધાર્યા. Okay, so let's begin with the proceedings of today's afternoon. Since we are a cozy bunch of people, I would request people who are sitting at the back, please come forward. I'm sure you will not get bored, and if you get bored, you can walk out anytime, no problem. So please come forward. Please come forward. So मैं हिंदी में भी बात करूँगा, and all of us can understand Hindi, Gujarati, Marathi. So थोड़ा सा बातचीत करते हैं. I want to know you a little better. So how many of you are into lab-grown diamonds as a manufacturer? Oh, great. Retailers? Okay. Manufacturers? Okay, very good. तो मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ कि आज आप लोग आए हैं, हमें बड़ी खुशी है. And we have a very exciting topic and an excellent panel. You know, we're very, very busy people, but they have come only for us, and this session is for all of us. Okay, so let's try and make the most of it. तो मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ कि શું જાણવા માંગો છો, શું પૂછવા માંગો છો? Can we have a gauge? Because then they will know what is the expectation from the audience. Anybody wants to? Anybody wants to volunteer? તમે શું જાણવા માંગો છો ભાઈ? હા. Okay, that's one. બીજા કોઈને શું પૂછવું છે? Anybody wants to ask? ચલો કંઈ વાંધો નહીં. જો તમને I am started in Gujarati. So हिंदी बात करीश. ओके, तो मुझे आपसे पूछना था कि पिछले 2 हफ्तों में दो ऐसी घटनाएं हुई. 2 events have happened which are going to have a lot of impact on the growth of lab-grown diamonds. Okay. One is, of course, the BIS norms. See, lab-grown diamonds are known in different countries. There's a different nomenclature. So, in some countries, they said, for example, FTC, Federal Trade Commission, said a diamond is a diamond. So, lab-grown diamond was accepted norm. In France, they said we will call it synthetic diamonds, but Hasubai has a take on it. So once he comes there, he is going to shed more light. So in India also, a few months back, there was a move to call lab-grown diamonds synthetic. But now, better sense have prevailed, and I should thank the GJEPC that in India at least, the regulatory body, which is BIS, they said we will not use the term synthetic, and it will be called as lab-grown diamonds or lab-created diamonds. So it's a very good move. So just to set the perspective, we have the session broken down into 2 parts. One is the technical aspect regarding growing and manufacturing, and other aspect is the marketing part and whether lab-grown diamonds are luxury. So to begin with, I will show you a short video. Most of us know what are lab-grown diamonds, but there's a beautiful video which sets the tone. તો તમારું રિવિઝન થઈ જશે કે લેબ-ગ્રોન ડાયમંડ શું છે, કેવી રીતે બને છે અને જ્વેલરી કેવી રીતે બને છે. વિડીયો નંબર 1 પ્લીઝ. કેન યુ પ્લે ધ વિડીયો નંબર 1? અનિલ, વિડીયો નંબર 1 પ્લીઝ. I hope you liked that video, short video. It sets the tone for the discussion that is going to follow. The second significant development which happened in the last 10 days maybe is there was a speculation for so many years whether Titan is going to make an entry in the lab-grown diamond space. And they were committed to natural diamonds, and people thought, they may not come. They've made a quiet entry, okay? And they've launched a brand called Beyond. And what is very surprising, they did not invite any media people. They have not made any announcement so far. So no news or any announcement, any interviews. But hey, look at the internet, it is a buzz. Every expert worth his salt without going to the store has made comment. Okay, his version why Titan has come, what will happen, all that jazz. But they have also released a video. It is the first communication to the entire world, whether trade, media, or the consumer. It's a beautiful video. Some of you may have seen it, but I would like to play it again for your attention. Video number 2, please.
There's something about the way her arms rise.
ये तुम्हारा वीडियो ऑडियो बराबर नहीं है यार. हम इतना मेहनत करके बनाते.
There's something about the way her arms rise. To feel, to flow, to soar. Sometimes it's victory. Sometimes it's just surrender. She raises her hands to write her own story, to celebrate a lifetime in motion. Adorned in gold or not, her arms rise to dance with abandon, like a dream flung open to the sky. Like wings that know the joy of flight, her hands rise to the shape of her freedom, to the moment when she's most herself. The world saw a pose. We saw a woman break free. We call it Beyond. House of Titan. Lab-grown diamonds.
अगर आपने गौर से देखा है इस फिल्म को, मैं आपको पूछना चाहता हूँ कि ये टाइटन क्या कहना चाहता है. एनी वॉलंटियर्स, क्या कहना चाहता है ये वीडियो के जरिए? वेरी गुड. और कुछ? वेरी गुड. Dhonil. Okay, great. So there are a lot of familiar faces. Parag is an expert. Parag,
I think they beautifully integrated the logo of victory
okay.
with the entire storytelling.
Okay, great. Anybody else would like to share the views? फिर बोलना मत, हमको मिला नहीं टाइम. हाँ, doesn't matter. So basically, मैंने जब लोगों से इन्फॉर्मली बात करते हैं, ये ટાઇટને તો વ્યાકરણ પણ નથી આવડતું, બિયોન્ડનું સ્પેલિંગ નથી આવડતું, બિયોન્ડ કેવી રીતે હોય? અને બધા રૂલ્સ ઓફ ગ્રામર આર ફ્લાઉટેડ. ફર્સ્ટ લેટર ઓફ એની વર્ડ શુડ બિગિન વિથ અ કેપિટલ. આ તો નાનું છે, આ તો આવડતું જ નથી આ લોકોને, મિસ્ટેક છે. બટ લુક એટ ધ સ્ટ્રેટેજી એન્ડ ધ બ્યુટી ઓફ ઇટ, ઇટ વિલ બી રિમેમ્બર્ડ, રાઈટ? અને પેલા જો હેન્ડ મુવમેન્ટ્સ, it reminded me of Shah Rukh Khan's signature pose, iconic pose. Did it remind you of Shah Rukh Khan's pose? No? Anybody agrees with me? No? Nobody agrees? Partially you agree. But the same values, what they are trying to say is freedom, okay? Freedom of expression, flouting the rules. सारे नियम तोड़ दो, नियम पे चलना छोड़ दो. There is a song from the film Khoobsurat. So this is what they are saying, and it's a very good strategy, I would say. But there are a lot of talks going on. अरे टाइटन तो बायबैक नहीं कर रहा है, एक्सचेंज नहीं कर रहा है, इतना भाव कम है. We are not going to discuss that. At least I am not going to talk about that. Maybe if the panelists feel we should talk, or may not, we should not give so much of importance to Titan. You video दिखा दिया बहुत हो गया. I mean, it all depends on you all, right? So now I would request panelists to have their word, share their thoughts with all of us. So we'll begin with Hasubai Dolakia. So she will formally introduce you. Come.
Introducing Mr. Hasubhai Dholakia. He is the Chief Executive Officer, CEO, and founder of Dholakia Lab Grown Diamond Private Limited, a vertically integrated leader in the sustainable luxury sector. Let's give a big round of applause for Mr. Dholakia.
Welcome. Please say cheese, smile for the photo. Cheese. તમે સ્માઇલ કરવાનું કેમ કીધું? તમારું નામ હસમુખ છે. His name is Hasmukh. So give him a big hand. So I have always admired the HK group. The first time when I went there, HK Hub, the kind of infrastructure, the kind of warmth, I was really blown away. So as you enter their HK Hub, on the left-hand side there is a foundation stone cast in marble. And on that marble, there are a few, एक शायरी लिखी हुई है. So with his permission, I'll share that शायरी. सफ़र में धूप तो होगी, सफ़र में धूप तो होगी, जो चल सको तो चलो. सभी हैं भीड़ में, तुम भी अगर निकल सको तो चलो. किसी के लिए रास्ते कहाँ रुकती हैं? तुम अपने आप को खुद ही बदल सको तो चलो. यहाँ किसी को कोई रास्ता नहीं देता, मुझे गिरा के अगर तुम संभल सको तो चलो. So it's a beautiful poem and by Nida Fazli. So I think ये जो पंक्तियाँ हैं वो एक ज़िंदगी का फ़लसफ़ा है according to me, whether you agree or not, because poetry is such a thing that everybody has different interpretation. So Hasubai, you have been very active in the global markets. And you have presence in more than 600 stores in the US. And you have also plans of coming to the Indian market. So I would like you to take some time and share your learnings from the markets where you are present in, and how can the retail fraternity or the lab-grown diamond fraternity learn and implement those learnings and not make the mistakes which maybe the US guys have made. So over to you. Your time starts now. You have 5 minutes.
It's more than enough. Can I sit?
Yeah, you can sit. And
I thought you will call everyone and then
so you are the hero. At least for the 5 minutes, everybody is a hero.
No, I think ladies first, if you ask me.
There is a certain thought process.
Okay. So good afternoon. My name is Hasu Dholakia. I look after export part of Hari Krishna Group. I'm the second generation. So, like, also there is one question which is very, similar what, I'm discussing. So, in India, I think why people have taken a time to adopt lab grown. There is a reason, because one, the current retailers are sitting with good amount of natural diamond inventory, and they don't know their, where the lab grown is basically settling. And then the second reason is price. The prices are falling, if you see from last 4 years. And so because of this main two reason, I think everyone was kind of in question mode. It's not about I will do it or not, it's about when. So recently I think Titan came to the, I can say a war. It's not a war, I think it's a good push to a lab grown. So currently I think it's a right time. The prices are very much settled. I think you guys are agreed with me. Lab-grown prices are settled, and we don't see a big correction is going to happen.
So Hasubhai, we have got those beautiful pictures. When you want us to show, please let us know. Huh?
Yeah.
So because those pictures are pertaining to the US market. Show the first image. So this is it.
So this is like our factory. The solar panel is where we are growing our lab-grown diamond. And the out of three building, one building where we are cutting and polishing lab-grown diamond. So first I can say we are very lucky to have a lab-grown diamond in our industry. Why? Because give me one product name which is sustainable and cheaper than the regular product. So lab-grown is the only product which is fully sustainable if you focus on that. So it is 100% doable. That doesn't mean that everyone is doing or growing or cutting with sustainability. So this is the only product where we can claim 100% sustainable without adding any extra cost. So I feel we should focus on sustainability. I know India is not keen to the sustainability, but if you are getting for free, why not? And I think when we are talking to a next generation, my son is here, they don't care about a name, they are more practical. So if you are offering to them a product with sustainability without adding extra value, I think this is the perfect product for them.
We have changed the picture.
So this is our shop in shop, but in India, I think Lesna, right? It's a very unique name. So I think they are already doing this. So in India, people are afraid in carrying natural and lab grown from the same store. I think that's wrong.
That's her topic. She is going to talk about it. Please.
Okay, so I'll leave it for
US
her.
experience.
So this is our shop and shop model for US. Currently, it's available with 600 stores. Retailers are carrying within their stores where they are also selling natural diamond and lab-grown diamond.
So what are the learnings for the Indian community?
So if you are a retailer and if you want to carry both the brand in one store, not a brand, but the product, so why US retailers are happy by carrying both? So the main reason is like they are upselling their product in lab grown.
How they are doing it?
So basically, if let's say their average ticket price for natural diamond is $1,000, they are not selling anything under 1,000. So by doing that, what they are doing is they are keeping the average ticket price value, and by doing that, the margin of lab grown is 15 to 20% higher than natural.
Okay.
So that is why still they are happy with lab grown. Even the correction what happened into the industry at B2B side, but still they have kept the retail price at what 3 years back. They have corrected, but not as per as per a wholesale market. So these are some of images. How we have planned, like, we are offering shop in shop, as well as some store are struggling to sell lab grown. So we are allow them to use our name by revelation. And we give them the support of marketing, soft material of marketing, social media support. And also, it's not good for India, but also the consignment support, which give them the confidence of carrying the full line.
So all of you should be in touch with him. He's going to give goods on consignment, and he's also going to build brands for you. Thank you so much, Asubhai.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Chirag Soni. Clarina, please, formal introduction. Yeah. He'll come.
Introducing Mr. Chirag Soni. Chirag Soni is the co-founder and director of Solitaire Gemological Laboratories, a leading global diamond certification and grading institution. Let's give a big round of applause for Mr. Chirag Soni.
Welcome. Thank you. Good to have you with us.
Likewise.
And you are.
Yeah.
आपका नाम ही चिराग है, तो ये इंडस्ट्री में जहाँ तक इंफॉर्मेशन का सवाल है काफ़ी अंधेरा है, तो आप चिराग हो तो थोड़ी रोशनी डालो, और उस पर आप सोनी भी हो, तो सोनी से ज़्यादा ज्वेलरी के बारे में कौन बता सकता है. So what I need from you basically is you have been in the market, and while some of the labs are very shy of the fact that, promoting lab grown, maybe directly or indirectly, some of the labs have stopped certification. So we need from you two inputs. First is how is the market shaped up in India? Because I was talking to people, for example, there are 2-3 laboratories who have booths side by side. And they say, somebody said that, our volumes, so out of 100 stones that we get, 70 are lab grown diamonds. Like your team was also saying that it has substantially increased. So what are your learnings from the Indian market, on a general level? And why do we need certification for lab grown diamonds? Because there is a myth that only natural diamonds need certification. So please take these 3 questions. I look forward to your input.
Sure. Hello everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Chirag. I'm the co-founder and director of SGL. My partner Shirini is right here. We started this back in 2007. It's a pleasure to have you all here. To begin with, yes, my name is Chirag, which gives light. Sony is something that is I'm not a practicing Sony, nor was my dad or my granddad for that matter. We just happen to be Sonys. I'm sure,
आपके DNA में Sony.
DNA में Sony है for sure. Yes, exactly. On the Indian market, I guess the segment that we're talking, laboratory grown diamond, it's one of the hottest segments today. If you look at any funding that is happening in the industry, right? Any VCs, any angel investors that are talking to anybody in the industry, it's all lab-grown diamond retail brands. Somehow they don't want to touch a natural diamond jewelry store or a natural diamond jewelry brand. I don't know why, but lab-grown, of course, is the product of the hour. I have spoken to a few VCs myself in the past, and they seem to be very keen on this segment. Obviously, for known reasons that this is one of the fastest growing segments. Laboratories, on their own terms, have stopped certifying lab-grown diamonds. That's their call. I wouldn't want to comment on their behalf. But if you talk about SGL, for us, lab-grown diamonds jewelry segment per se is one of the fastest growing. So depending on the laboratory that we are talking about, let's say Surat, where we do more than 50% of our products that we certify overall are lab-grown diamond loose or jewelry. If you talk about Bombay, depending on the brands we work with and the kind of volumes that are there, we do at least 30% of our products that are certified in Bombay are laboratory-grown diamond jewelry again. So as a market, I think it's exploding, not just growing. And that's what the panelists are going to second as well over here, that it is where the consumer is going to today. It is what the consumer wants. And I think there is a long, long way to go ahead from here. Time will tell the story, of course.
Why do we need certification?
And I think certification, in a way, legitimizes the product. Okay, it backs it up in terms of saying this is not any inferior version of a diamond. It is a laboratory-grown diamond. In fact, it is, I would say, a miracle of science in itself. Is it easy to grow diamonds that are molecularly, chemically, physically, visually the same? No. But the fact that we've done it, and then India has already taken the lead in being one of the largest centers in the world, I think we should have that pride with us that, wow, we lead this segment as well. Not just cutting and polishing diamonds, 80, 90% of them in India, but even growing CVDs in India. So I think that's a brilliant thing to do, and certification for sure helps, because we get a lot of calls from these consumers as well at times, asking about what is the difference between a natural and a lab grown, what is the difference between even an HPH and a CVD for that matter. Okay, they even write to us. So I think as the awareness grows, it's going to make it much more transparent. And I think certification, also to add to your point, Anil Bhai, is we get a warranty for everything today, right? Even if you buy a piece of iron, probably you'll get one, to say that, okay, there's a 6-month warranty on the product. So why not a beautiful product like this?
Okay, I'll add to it. I think you had only shared with me, but maybe that point got missed. See, the world over, the business runs on two emotions, fear and greed.
Correct.
And there are a lot of mixing with natural diamonds and lab-grown diamonds and big controversy. But if I understand correctly, remember correctly, even in lab-grown diamonds, there's a mixing. And for that certificate, can you elaborate? Because
Yes. So there have been cases where you would have natural diamonds, some claim to be CVDs, but then you end up having some HPHT stones in it. Even CZs for that matter. Surprisingly, there are cases, I wouldn't say a lot of cases, but there are cases where a CVD or a HPHT lab-grown product will, knowingly, unknowingly carry from CZs in it and things like that. Now this, obviously, it's not worth the money even for, a CZ versus a HPHT or a CZ versus a CVD, right? So it's always better to have that certification. To add to this, so India as a country has more than 50 physical diamond testing laboratories today, right? No other country in the world has that number, if you go to see. So we have access to laboratories like us and others, so you can easily go to a lab and certify a product. But if you come outside India, even a market like US, which is one of the largest consumer markets for lab-grown diamonds today, you don't have that many labs to go to. You go to Middle East, there are hardly any laboratories beyond Dubai. So when we go out and certify products at these locations in Saudi Arabia or Kuwait or Bahrain for that matter, we end up still seeing, that it's a natural diamond jewelry and there is either some HPHT diamonds in it or even CZ diamonds in it and things like that. Why? Because the perpetrators know that these guys do not have access to labs and they will not certify because the jewelry cannot come out of that country so easily and get certified.
thank you for your inputs. Thank
Pleasure.
you. I appreciate it. So Hasubhai said that, we should have a ladies first. We could not do that because there's a particular sequence, but I will invite the first lady on the panel. Please introduce her formally. Welcome, Leshna.
Introducing Mrs. Leshna Shah, entrepreneur and jewelry curator, brings NYC's lab-grown diamond brand with clarity to India at Iraswa. Leshna Shah is a woman of many roles, a dedicated mother, an avid traveler, a visionary entrepreneur, and a force in jewelry design. As a founder of Iraswa and an integral part of the Renaissance Global Limited family business, Shah has spent years refining her expertise in jewelry manufacturing and design. Living between London, New York, and Mumbai, she is deeply attuned to international design, aesthetics, and evolving consumer references. This global perspective, combined with her business acumen, has led her to bring a pioneering fine jewelry brand to India with clarity, New York. Thank you.
Can I have a seat, please?
No, I would like to add to what she has said. See, I have had the pleasure of doing a short assignment with Renaissance Global. All I can say that it is one of the first companies to get listed on stock exchange. It has got a wonderful, professional, diversified board. And though it's a family-owned company, it is professionally managed company. Their managing director, his surname happens to be a Shah, but he's not from the family. And most importantly, when I was doing an assignment with them, once I went to attend a meeting, and I saw a lot of limousines parked outside, okay? I am not a very savvy with those automobiles. For me, Wagon R will also do, because it is about going from one point to another. But having said that, luxury automobiles are a big thing. I could see the Mercedes and Land Rovers and all. So I asked the security, क्या है यार? बोलता board meeting चल रहा है. मैंने बोला यार ये सब directors के पास इतनी बढ़िया गाड़ी है. Then I realized that RGL has created such a value for stakeholders. And wealth in terms of the share price valuation, the credibility in the market, and a lasting legacy, which is, everybody is young in the company. And सबसे बढ़िया बात यह है कि इनके जो मैनेजमेंट की टीम है उसमें 2 टाटा ब्रदर्स हैं, ओके, नील एंड हिज ब्रदर रीज. तो जहाँ पर 2 टाटा काम करते हैं तो सोचो कितना पैसा होगा इनके. सो विद दिस ओपनिंग रिमार्क्स आई वुड नाउ कम टू दी योर opening statement, which we have discussed earlier. You have been present in the US markets. In the US market, there is a norm that lab-grown diamonds and natural diamonds are sold under the same roof. But what do we see in India? You know, people are shy of keeping lab-grown diamonds in the store where natural diamond jewelry is sold, because there is a belief, maybe it is erroneous belief, that when you keep both the products under the same roof, it confuses the customer. So what are your thoughts? And you are doing a very bold thing in India, that you are retailing both the categories under the same roof. So please run us through how you are doing it and what have been your learnings and how do we go further from here.
Sure. I'm just going to take the liberty to sit down, please.
Your time starts now.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for that lovely intro. I'm really honored to be a part of this panel. So, firstly, With Clarity is basically a digitally first lab-grown diamond brand that was based out of New York. I am the founder for Rasva Jewelry as well as the Chief Creative Officer for With Clarity. Initially, what was unique when we kind of discovered With Clarity was that it was already one of those brands that was selling lab-grown diamonds as well as natural diamonds on their website portal. And what was unique about that was it actually gave the entire power of what to select or the power of choice to the consumer. Not only did it allow the consumer to decide what design resonates with them, it allowed the consumer to decide whether I want a lab-created diamond, whether I want a natural diamond, whether I want a gold piece of jewelry, or whether I want, whether I want yellow, whether I want white. So the whole journey was extremely customized, and that was quite unique to me. And it did have some kind of basis where it was kind of picking up market share in the US market. And that really resonated with us as a brand in Iraswa. Because we actually, as a brand in Iraswa, come from a space of design first. We're very design-led as a brand. We make sure that the customer experience is all about storytelling. It's about making sure that you're listening to what the customer says. Today, I mean, honestly, the consumer is very informed. It's very, they're globally quite exposed. When you have a consumer or a customer that walks into your store, they'll ask you questions like, what am I buying? What is the component of this jewelry piece? What's the story behind it, right? Like even if you're coming up with bespoke pieces, if there's a story to tell, if there's a collection to talk about, all of that is something the customer likes to kind of take back with them, so they have some storytelling to do as well. So launching kind of a shop-in-shop with Clarity, where you had a lab-grown diamond brand with a jewelry brand, was extremely intentional. Having said that, it did require us to make sure that we did a lot of training with our staff. They're very well trained in order to make sure that they give the customer the time to understand the differences and the nuances. They come from a space of transparency. They come from a space of explanation, not from a space of push or to make sure that sale is kind of completed through for that day. It's more about trying to make sure that customer remembers the experience and actually thinks about us for their next buy, whether it is natural, whether it is lab. And to expand a little bit more on the luxury journey, I think honestly, going forward with whatever little learnings I've had being part of this thing, luxury going forward is becoming more and more inclusive. It's not confined anymore. It's not defined in certain norms. It's becoming more of a space to kind of open space up for innovation, open up a space for an experience where Design is celebrated, jewelry is kind of, what's the word? I'm losing my thought. Design's kind of celebrated, jewelry is, experienced, and there is a space for choice, and customer is the center of it all. So that's my 2 bits in the entire experience.
Good beginning. Thank you. You will come once again when everybody is here.
Sure.
Please take your seat.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Sweetie Vagani, and I would request Miss Pinto to give a formal introduction. Pinto, right?
Gomes.
Gomes, sorry.
Introducing Miss Sweetie Vagani. Sweetie Vagani is a CEO and director of Rumi's Jewelry, a modern luxury brand redefining fine jewelry through lab-grown diamonds, blending contemporary design with a 3-generation legacy in diamond craftsmanship. She has shaped Rumi's into a design-led, ethically driven jewelry house, known for refined aesthetics and elevated retail experiences. Her leadership reflects a deep understanding of modern luxury, where sustainability, emotion, and craftsmanship coverage. At this seminar, Ms. Vagani will share her vision on the future of luxury jewelry. Let's give a big round of applause for Ms. Vagani.
Thank you.
So to begin our conversation, of course you will have a solo slot as I promised you. But I can begin with by saying, your name really suits your personality. Sweetie.
Thank you.
I think most of you will agree. And your company is doing business wholesale under a Diaglitter name, and Rumi's under
retail.
For retail. And what I admire, is 2 brave men are sitting there. Your husband and your father-in-law.
Yeah.
We need more men like this to encourage women. So I know that you have prepared a video. So first, would you like to talk, or you would like to play the video first and then talk? I leave it to you.
I'll give a short description myself,
and then you
we'll
just
play the
signal to that guy.
Yeah.
Video वो लगा देगा, ठीक है?
Okay.
Sweetie Vagani, please start.
Hi. Hi, everybody. So I did not begin my career with jewelry. I started as an IT engineer. And while working from home, life gave me an unexpected pause and a new perspective. So 3 years back, my father-in-law, Mr. Suresh Vagani, he started working with lab-grown diamond jewelry. And as I observed it closely, something new struck me. I realized there is a huge, vast, unexplored space in terms of design and creativity, customer experience, which can be explored more. So somebody who is coming from a structured technical background, this new realm of creativity, innovation, and craftsmanship was very inspiring. So I've created a short video of my thoughts and experiences as a retailer. We would like to see.
Hello. What excites me most about lab-grown diamonds is design freedom. For a long time, design with natural diamonds came with practical limitations, especially for far sizes and statement pieces. With lab-grown diamonds, those constraints ease, opening a far wider scope for research, creativity, and design development. Designers are now able to experiment more freely, explore new proportions, and create jewelry that is bolder, more contemporary, and previously difficult to execute, not due to lack of imagination, but due to lack of access. One of the biggest misconceptions about lab-grown diamonds is that no resale value. The reality is, both natural and lab-grown diamonds involve cost. Natural diamonds have mining cost and manufacturing cost, and lab-grown diamonds have growing cost and manufacturing cost. The process is different. The investment is real in both, And if we look at inflation, the value of other man-made lifestyle products continues to increase over time. So why do we assume that lab-grown diamonds will not? Today, many reputed brands offer exchange and buyback for lab-grown diamond jewelry, same as natural diamond jewelry, or even better. Another important shift I see from a retailer's perspective is accessibility. There were many people who admired diamond jewelry but hesitated to wear it, not because they didn't love it, but because it felt too precious, too risky, too occasional. Lab grown diamonds have changed that. They have allowed people to wear, enjoy, and express luxury without fear. Today, luxury has become more wearable, personal, and more expressive. India today is growing rapidly. Our economy is expanding, and India is becoming a major consumer market, not just a manufacturing hub. The new Indian consumer is design led, value conscious, and deeply emotionally driven. They don't just ask, what is this made of? They ask, how does this make me feel? And that brings me to a very important question. What is luxury? Luxury is not defined by the commodity alone. Luxury cannot be evaluated only by the raw material used. True luxury depends on sustainability, beauty, user friendliness, creativity, design and storytelling, and most importantly, trust in the brand. That is the future of luxury.
Thank you, sweetie. Thank you. Last but not the least, Adit Bansali.
Introducing Adit Bansali is a co-founder of Firefly Diamonds, a design-led lab-grown diamond jewelry brand for the modern consumer. Firefly launched in late 2023 with a strong management team that has decades of jewelry design and manufacturing expertise. Today, they have 6 stores open across Mumbai, Pune, Bangalore, and Hyderabad, with more openings soon. Firefly has raised over 25 crore, led by Westbridge Capital, which manages over $8 billion and invests across the consumer landscape in India. Before founding Firefly, Adit studied at Princeton University, after which he worked in Boston Consulting Group and later in private equity in the US. Let's give a big round for Adit.
So, Adit, first and foremost, I would like to really thank you. You have not been keeping well, but you had committed your presence. I really appreciate it.
Thank
That's
you.
number one. You and your brother Ayush sitting there, you are doing a really good work. But not much is known to people at large. You know, doing things silently, that's the good way to do it. When we discussed today morning that you would like to address some of the myths in the market, and your presentation is already there, he will help you with that. So why don't you begin right away? Okay?
Yeah, sure.
You want me to show that first?
No, I
You
think
want to
it's
talk?
fine.
Okay,
I
great.
can just talk.
Please
Yeah,
begin.
fine. So, thank you for having me. I think I can share a little bit quickly about Firefly and then wanted to talk about one of the topics. So, Ayush and I started Firefly a couple of years back, and we already come from the diamond jewelry industry. Our parents, grandparents have all kind of been there on the B2B jewelry manufacturing side. So for us, I think similar to the other panelists here, we saw how the lab-grown diamond space was evolving in the US, and we saw the product, it's sustainable, it's basically a miracle of science, and you're able to get a much better quality product at a much more affordable price. So we felt it's a no-brainer for the Indian market. So we started working on it 2 years back. It was a long process to find the right retail space in India and then launch the brand. So our first store opened in Mumbai a little bit over a year back. And then since then we've opened 5 more stores in a few different cities across India. And I think now we're looking at kind of the next leg of growth as I think many of the other brands in this space. So I think it's been very exciting. I think the market has developed a lot, even in just the 2 years we've been working. A lot of people are in this space, but I think the market is expanding also very quickly. So that actually brings me to maybe the topic that I wanted to address, I guess, which is the myth, which is, I think someone had asked the question also about why lab-grown is not picking up as quickly in India as maybe the industry or people are hoping. So what I feel is the reason is not that lab-grown is not being accepted by the Indian consumer. I think all of us who are in retail or are working with retailers have definitely seen that there is a very strong response among Indian consumers to buy lab-grown diamond jewelry. I think where the hesitation or let's say the pace of how quickly the market is growing has not maybe been as fast as people are expecting is because of the brands that are kind of coming into the space. So I think if we look at the lab-grown space, brands like Firefly, Rumi's, with Clarity, we're all relatively newer brands that are still going out and creating that brand reputation, that trust in the consumer, which brands like Tanishq or Malabar, Kalyan, those have been, working, educating the consumer for the last 20, 25 years. So what I'm trying to say is I think the main aspect that's stopping maybe Indian consumers from purchasing lab-grown diamonds today or picking it up as quickly as we would be hoping is that it takes some time to kind of build that trust in the brand. So I think that's where we at Firefly and I think many of the brands are trying to create a very strong effort to, one, build the trust in the brand that comes with the policies that you have in place, the pricing that you have, making sure that's transparent, and also a lot with the consumer education. So I think I've seen this across the industry. Everyone is investing heavily in, educating the customer on what is a diamond exactly, why is a lab-grown diamond and a mined diamond exactly the same, what are the benefits of one versus the other. And I think that kind of investment will start to pay off over the next few years. Because I think we see this at Firefly as well. Like when a customer walks into the store, our first priority is to make sure that we are explaining to them and answering all of their questions. And once that's done, whether the sale happens today or not, I think that is secondary. I think then we can at least be confident that, okay, the customer is now going to consider lab-grown within their choices. And then maybe today, tomorrow, 6 months down the line, whenever the occasion is right, they'll come back to make that purchase. So I think that's why things are taking a little bit of time, but I think it's definitely going in the right direction. And I think in the next 1 or 2 years, as more brands come in, as more marketing money goes into kind of this aspect of consumer education, we'll start seeing much more demand for the product here.
Thank you. Please take your seat.
Okay. Thank you.
Hasubhai, please come. Chirag, Leshna, sit here. તમારે અહીંયા બેસવાનું છે. You'll have to sit here. Thank you. I think it was a very good beginning session, opening statements. Everybody shared light on one issue. And I'm quite happy because I learned a few things about the brands, about the company, about what is happening in the market. Now, the most contentious issue in the lab-grown diamond industry is about pricing. Last 2-3 years, the prices have fallen, not at the retail level, but at the wholesale level, the price kept on falling. Last 3-4 months, people are saying that prices have stabilized. So what is the fact and what is the myth? I would request Hasubhai to shed some light.
So currently, if you see a final product price, so if it is a $100, let's say a jewelry price in wholesale, I think about 35 to 40% is the lab-grown content. And then if you see on the lab-grown content, the raw material cost is only 30%, 25 to 30%. So if you see all in a finished product, 10% is the only cost where there is a possibility of correction happen. If let's say prices is going down or some kind of, improvement happen in the growing sector. So in 10%, if it is raw material is gone by 10 or 20%, that means we are talking about only 2% in finished jewelry price. And currently we are at the stage where I think the maximum value in lab grown is labor. It's not a raw material. So because of that, and we are into end-to-end cycle, so we are also growing, cutting, polishing, jewelry manufacturing. So I think we are at the stage where I feel that the prices are very stable. That doesn't mean that it will not go down, but definitely not 30-40% correction.
So what I would like to add to that, because I've been talking to different people, I am not an expert. मैं तो सिर्फ जरिया हूँ. मैं जो सुनता हूँ, पढ़ता हूँ, वो आपके साथ share करता हूँ. So what I heard while talking to very senior people, I will not mention the name of the company or the name of the person who said that. Anil, you are making a mistake. You assume that the prices are determined by Indian growers. It is not the fact. The fact is only 15% of the supply originates from India. 85% is driven by Chinese growers and manufacturers. So how do you expect that whatever predictions the Indian diamond industry is making will come true? So this is the doubt which I have in mind. So would you like to add?
So as I said, like raw material, so if you're talking about China, right? So
See,
what?
There are two things. One is the jewelry part and one is the rough and the loose diamonds. So shed a little more light.
So in a loose diamond, like China is basically supplying raw material. And as I said, like, if you see on the final product, we are only talking about 1 to 2%. And currently Chinese growers are at the level where I don't see that they can survive if they go further down in the price. So currently they are selling at $5, $2 per carat rough. And that is, I think, it's a bottom. So whoever is telling you that, it's not depend on India, but end of the day, it's coming to India for cutting and polishing, where the 70% value is being added. So raw material wise, I don't see any room left. If somebody figure out that, cutting and polishing done by automation, then definitely there is a room.
So it reminds me of a report which was recently released by Bloom Ventures. They invest in startups. So what they have said in the report is the nature of cutting and polishing, diamond cutting and polishing, is not fully mechanized. There is a lot of manual element which goes into it. And there is a limitation in terms of capacity. As far as Surat or wherever there is a cutting and polishing center, there is a limitation. So that cannot be doubled or tripled as is possible in automation. And that is why the prices will not come down. That is what I have read. And that tallies with what you have said. So anybody would like to talk about the pricing?
So I very much agree with Hasubhai on this. So the major cost is the cutting and manufacturing cost. And till now we had just seen international market when we discuss it. It was just US till now. So as in how people are getting aware of lab-grown diamonds, we see more opportunity in Middle East, Far East and other markets coming up. So with that, we see even demand supply lack. So that will also, I feel, that way the prices might also increase a bit because we have our own manufacturing, cutting and manufacturing unit. So as a manufacturer, I even know that the cost which is being sold, the cost at which the lab-grown diamonds are sold, it's like very, very competitive. It's difficult for the manufacturers to sustain at these prices.
I'm going to actually kind of add from a space of being price agnostic, so a different take. I think with, I think in India, jewelry has always been investment buy. I think once, at least with the way we've had certain experiences within our store, right? Like once you start educating a customer to say, this is not investment value, It's not a diamond in terms of, and diamonds also dropped their prices by 30%. And if you start focusing on the need and the design and the style and what you're kind of giving them as an overall package, as a retailer, that starts holding more weight. At least in the US, I think once you stay in the commoditized side of designing, you're always going to be the what is the word, the last end person standing, right? Who's the cheapest? But if you kind of focus on detailing, giving things that are not there within the market, finding the white space, then you're distinguishing yourself and creating a brand identity or a design identity for somebody to walk into your store, because you give something that someone else does not.
That's a very good observation. Today, if you see in the market, what is happening is most of the players are startups. And because of the interest in the category, they're getting funding. A lot of people have got funding. And these startups, their founders are very young people and they're very enthusiastic. They're opening stores left, right, and center. So my question to the panel would be, is opening more stores going to generate sales, and what about profitability? Okay, so this is a very, very important issue. Like Iraswa is doing the right thing. They are not opening stores left, right, and center. In fact, even Firefly is very selective in terms of rollout of the plan. But you see the others, and they make statements, 100 stores in next 5 months or 6 months, which I find a little exaggerated. So who would like to shed light on this?
We don't have any store yet.
Okay.
But if you see the Indian market, I think the number of stores that currently lab-grown has, it's very less. It's very limited. I think why category is not growing, also the reason behind that is it's not available widely. So with Indian number of consumer, I think there is a room for at least close to 2,000 stores. I don't see any problem. So that doesn't mean that if there is a 2,000 to 3,000 stores, the prices will go down. So main thing is if we can stick to the right retail price and more focus on design and experience, I think there is a room for more store.
Okay. Now I will share my 2 cents. You have something to say? Should I? After you finish, I'll say.
Sure. So I think I have a similar thought where I do think there is room for a lot more stores to be opened in the market right now. I don't think with the number of stores right now that there's too much internal competition and that we're all stealing customers from one another. So I think there's definitely room for a lot more stores. I think the flip side though is that when it comes to the profitability, the retail rentals in the market, especially for like the top markets in India, or there's pricing pressure on the retail side as well, and then there's also a lot of other fixed costs. So I think just going and opening left, right, and center is obviously very risky, but I think if you have the right strategy and if you have the right markets and micro markets in mind, then I think definitely there's a lot of room for people to open more stores.
I have no hesitation in saying that I have a contrarian view. Let me share it with you. Contrary to what you have said, every week a new brand is born, so-called brand. There's so many brands, hundreds of brands, every week there's a launch. And people don't understand the concept of branding and storytelling in the jewelry industry. I'm being very candid. On the first floor, there are n number of stalls selling lab-grown diamond jewelry. You tell me the names of 10 companies or brands, you will not be able to. Because the basic thing, naam mein kya hai, naam mein sab kuch hai. Even if you are not working on the name of the brand, what is beyond? It is such a mundane name. What is Nike? It is a coined word. People are not paying attention to storytelling, branding. It begins with the name. Having said that, everybody wants to say that I am in luxury space. Sorry, I have a short 5 slides to show, and then we can take it on from there. Please show that presentation. वो split बना कर दो उसको.
None of you all want to challenge Anil Bhai on this.
So
None of you all want to challenge Anil Bhai on
No,
this.
let
I'm
me
saying,
first
you know.
show the slides, then they can challenge. I'm really okay. Okay. See, there are slides, even if you don't look at it, it's fine. So, what is basically luxury? Luxury is an emotion, and because हमारा जो मिजाज शायराना है, तो जो गुलजार साहब कहते हैं ना कि प्यार, luxury is much like an emotion, like love. It cannot be fully defined or expressed. सिर्फ एहसास है, रूह से महसूस करो, प्यार को प्यार ही रहने दो, कोई नाम ना दो. So this is, ये तो ठीक है, poetry के लिए ठीक है. But when you're talking about a luxury brand, there are certain characteristics. Please change the slide. Both my hands are tied up. So there are certain characteristics of the brand. And this definition or these characteristics are based on the European brands, which are having the advantage of heritage. They've been in the market for hundreds of years. So some of the characteristics, we'll not discuss all of them. The place of origin, ये कहाँ बनता है? Provenance. The made in India possibility है. I'm asking, it's a rhetorical question. Heritage, how many years the brand has been in existence? Rarity, how rare is the material? For example, Hermes, the products are rare. Okay, artistry and craftsmanship. Okay, handmade is a big thing abroad for luxury brands. Then selective distribution. It is available across the world, but in very select shops. That is another characteristic. High price. Okay. Then controlled production. For example, Rolex or Hermes. If there's a demand for 1,000 bags or 100,000 watches, they will make less than what is required to create an artificial scarcity. That is one aspect. Then, okay, experiential aspect. That is the most important thing. See, experience is something. What is the purpose of experience? Okay. And we always talk about experience in the past tense. So experience is basically creating memories. Okay. Because as human beings, you may forget about the brand, but you will remember. Your memories are eternal. And that is something which our industry has failed to realize. Now, this was the notion of luxury brands, European heritage brands, prestige brands. But the concept of luxury is also evolved. Next slide, please. So there are notions like American notion, accessible luxury, masstige, affordable luxury, and all that jazz. But still, some of the characteristics coincide. But having said that, even if your brand is accessible luxury or affordable luxury, storytelling and some of the characteristics are common. Now, next slide. See, today, the world over, the lab-grown diamonds are facing a perception problem. Sasta hai, cheap, dirty. So some of the heritage brands, for example, LVMH, they launched 2 watches in Tag Heuer, and the MRP was more than 60, 70 lakhs. And look at the watches which are studded in this watch. Look at the crown, look at the watches, the diamonds on the dial. So basically, these diamonds were sourced from Lucix, and LVMH had even made an investment in that company, and that company has been taken over by Hasubai's group. We'll talk more about it. The second brand, which was very bullish on lab-grown diamonds, is Breitling. Show me the last. Breitling. Breitling also made a public declaration that they will use only lab-grown diamonds, and they will use in their watches, studded watches, and they will also use blockchain technology for transparency. So even having said that, Breitling and LVMH, they made a good beginning, but it has not gained traction so far. But if this thing catches on, it will be good for the entire industry. Okay. Now, Last slide, please. Jean Doucet. This is a designer based in Hollywood, and he's the lineal descendant of Cartier. And he has, one would expect that having the Cartier genes, he would design and manufacture jewelry made out of natural diamonds, but he has launched a collection, or his entire collection is of lab-grown diamonds. And Leshna's company has a stake in that company. So with these thoughts, because the luxury is a very interesting subject, so I would like the panel to share their thoughts, beginning with Leshna, since Doucet's name has come up.
So I think taking off on the fact, I'm going to take off on the conversation of opening multiple stores. I think, and again, this is going to come a little bit from personal experience, from what we kind of experience with opening more brand name stores for with clarity. It's very important to understand your market segment and product fit right market, right? If you come from a space of design-led first, then you got to recognize if that market is ready for that design. Like we've had experiences in the past where we may have been a little bit ahead of time, in the sense we may be introducing something that's innovative, but the market's not ready to take it. And after 5 years, you'll have somebody else come and do the exact same things, but it is market ready. So I think being in the right, really identifying your landscapes in terms of which territory you're opening up in, exactly what is the what do they buy? Do they buy more gold? Are they more gold centric? Are they more diamond centric? Is there a particular quality they like? Is there certain markets that prefer beading and colored stones more? Now, if that's a market that does that more and you're trying to introduce something that's brand new, you got to be ready for it to take a little bit of time, so the road to profitability is longer. But if you're looking for something where you're just expanding, and you do need numbers for scalability, but I think having the right business model with the right store size, the right inventory size, and the right product is very key.
So I'll ask you a pointed question. If it is okay, please answer. You acquired this company, and how has been the progress? Do you think it is a scalable model, is a profitable model?
I mean, the parent organization has a stake in the company. I'm not myself really involved in its daily functionings every day, but there are a couple of learnings. You have to understand that it's a brand.
Okay.
He is Cartier's great-grandson, so he comes with a lot of legacy. Cartier's great-grandson is kind of doing labs, so a lot of people or his clientele have always been material agnostic, and he's very, very clued in on design. You're pretty much pegging, I don't know if it's actually comparing the right, apples to apples, to the extent where you're talking about like a luxury niche guy, and then some of the other brands, it's like comparing Chanel to, like a high street brand, right? Because here it's a little bit about exclusivity and you have to decide where you fit in. And with the others, it's a little bit more about scalability and volume.
So, to add
1 minute, just one sentence,
Yeah,
then we.
yeah, sure.
See, so if I understand correctly, that you invested in the potential for the category, and the success will depend on how the brand performs, and we need more such brands so that the entire category globally gets a boost. Am I correct?
Yes, and I think also it's not, I mean, again, this is a brand that's in the US. I don't see any reason why that can't happen out of India. Players in the retail or in the apparel business have done it. And they are like globally known. People are like really running after Indian craftsmanship, especially with like all of the, flashing of the jewelry and the clothes worn today on social media. I think the key is actually identifying and making sure that you create a brand, or even if it's a chain of stores, that stands for something. I think that's what is missing, because in terms of the expertise, in terms of the raw material supply, in terms of craftsmanship, we have it all. It's just, yeah.
We can have Chirag's views on this.
Sure.
Chirag?
So I have a personal analogy on this segment's growth. If you see Narcos or any of those drug cartel Netflix series, the CI always says, follow the money, right? And where the money is going today in the industry is lab-grown diamond jewelry brands, correct? So that pretty much, in a way, defines, if somebody is putting money on the table, there has to be something, right? They've done their due diligence, they've done their study to say, why would we invest in a lab-grown diamond jewelry brand in a country like India?
Okay, great. Hasu bhai, your take on luxury?
So I think luxury is not about raw material. Like, everyone is saying that because you are selling silver, that doesn't mean, that is not the luxury, right? But if you, Lesnar knows that there's a brand called David Yurman.
David Yurman.
The purely built on silver. So I think everyone is talking about lab grown is not being luxury or it is difficult, but that is like a raw material to the finished product. So basically, like, we should focus on a story, emotion, love. That is where you can able to create a brand. So example for that watch, the lab grown diamond cost, which is gone to that watch, is like in hundreds, but they are selling in thousands. So when you talk about, a raw material, like example, when we are buying shirt, we never ask, like, where the fabric it came from, like what is the, size of fabric that you use. So basically, while, building a brand or especially on a retail store, the story should be like, the designs, the experience, the quality, not about lab grown at this price, which is like currently being done in India is totally wrong. US retailers are not even given the gold weight. They never mention the gold weight. So they are all talk about the designs and the price.
Correct.
So I don't know how difficult for Indian market is, but lab grown, I feel there is a room. So first, everyone is calling a brand. So you need to understand that you are really opening a store with the brand or a retail store. That's a totally two different, segment. If you are doing a retail store, then story is about design or price. But when you are opening a store with the brand, then it's all about experience. There is no discussion on the pricing, etc. And what we are planning to do in India is we are focusing on brand. So we are not launching thousands of product. We are coming up with limited product. And all the products that we are planning to launch, which is not able to done with the mined diamond. So that is what, a story is. And when you say luxury, luxury is all about brand story, not about the raw material.
Thank you, Hasubhai. But I have a contrarian view to what you have said. I'm not ruling out the possibility that there is a, but not in the near future, that a luxury brand can come out of India made in the LGD domain. But for that to happen, one needs to have an international presence. Because you can't just build a brand in India and call it luxury, whether you like it or not, but this is an established definition. But why not? Maybe it will take 10 years, 15 years, or maybe Ambani will take over a luxury brand, European, and then once it is in India, then the next journey would be much easier.
But it's already done. I mean, in the apparel business, it's already there. Sabyasachi sells in Bergdorf today, and he sells at Sabyasachi. He doesn't sell as anything else.
So if I have to give you an example, even Zoya is on the way, but they are only, where they are lacking is opening stores in other geographies. So it is happening.
I mean,
but in the LGD space, it may take a longer time. That's what I'm trying to say.
I mean, like I said, for me, I'm a little bit material agnostic in terms of whether it's in LGD, whether it's in natural, whether it's in gemstones. I mean, and also to a certain extent, there was a certain retailer that was retailing out of Harrods in London. Didn't have a lot of retail stores. There's a few presences, but it may take time. We are a little far from what the apparel guys have done, but it's very doable.
Great.
I
agree.
Adit. We should ask Adit.
But Adit is not saying it's luxury, no?
Considering he's convinced some VCs to get some funding.
No, we are talking about luxury brands. So maybe we are not on the same page. Correct? What I'm trying to say is the discussion was about luxury brands. Firefly is not saying I'm luxury, right?
No, I mean, I think we're not saying that we're on the very top end of the lab-grown space or that it's a, bespoke experience or like Sabyasachi or something. But I think we're definitely also not going to be at the lowest end of the lab-grown space. So I think we're more in the, masstige or, mass. Yeah.
So the next very interesting and very controversial topic is the fact that today we live in a digital era where the spends on print media have drastically gone down. Very few people read magazines or newspapers in physical condition, in physical state. So what has happened is, and it is very easy to advertise on Instagram and other social media and to hire the services of influencers. Now to influencers is a very, very, I find it very difficult to understand that space. Are you using influencers? What about you? Both of you? Both your brands? All three? Okay. Sweetie, yes or no? A little bit. So I have a very provocative video, okay? And I presume all of us are adults here, but it's a very interesting video. I would request our friend to play video number 3.
क्या वर्ड यूज कर सकता हूँ, चूतियां हैं। वो नेट में जाके ऐसे खड़ा होता है, 5 मिलियन हो गया, इसका 10 मिलियन हो गया, ये 20 मिलियन हो गया। वो सोचता है कि मैं बाप हूँ। And then brands go to that fellow and say, बाप हमारा प्रोडक्ट बेच दो यार। वो फिर खड़ा हो जाता है, ये टिफिन खरीदो, जो खरीदो। What the fuck is going on? You as an individual have to choose whether you want to be that, most welcome, jao, it's possible. Or you want to really strive for happiness and joy. You decide.
So this is slightly exaggerated version, but I tend to agree with what Viduji is saying. Today, the influencer, its full-time job is influencing people. I asked them, who are you? What do you do? I'm an influencer. So I asked, she was a girl, what do you do to influence people? Why should people be influenced? So I am a skeptic. And if you have any thoughts, we'll just take your suggestions and then we'll open the floor for Q&A.
My wife is an influencer. So I see how it works for products across categories.
No, I think it definitely works. I think, like we've seen this at Firefly, but I think I've seen this across categories, especially with the younger generation. People are more and more active on social media. They spend, hours of their time every single day following, specific personalities. And it's not even a new thing. Like influencers have existed for a long time. It was earlier in the form of celebrities who were like macro influencers, but people followed the celebrities. Celebrities came in ads and people bought things that the celebrities endorsed. So now the same thing has happened and it's become, I think, more niche where there's like specific people who influence, maybe vegetarian restaurants in Bombay or lab-grown diamond jewelry or maybe just jewelry generally or how to style yourself for work. Or so there's like much more niche topics and people follow them because they want to see that content. And then when they post about certain brands, the posts are often more engaging and come across as more authentic. So I think it is a very real part of marketing today. And I think if we're not tapping into that, then you're missing a big audience that is watching and following those people.
See, I am skeptical because this influencer as a subject, social media influencer, is a vast subject. And there are so many types of influencer, micro influencer, big influencer. Unfortunately, the influencers I interacted with have a huge attitude of the wrong kind. And that's why I showed this video. I'm sorry if I have offended anybody's sensibilities. So with these thoughts, I would now open the floor for questions. If anybody has questions, please go ahead.
So quick introduction, I'm Adit's brother. We started Firefly together. The question you talk about, when you talk about luxury and it coming from international places and stuff, I think Leshna said it well, there's already Indian brands doing that. But what happens is all the brands that you see as luxury, the watches that you spoke about, they always have a way to put their logo or a stamp that this is this product, which is very, very difficult in jewelry. Nobody ever wears a product like, okay, maybe Tiffany's now figured out a specific style, but in jewelry, you don't have that logo that's facing towards customers or towards someone else. So how do you then build the luxury and the brand aspect when a design can be copied very quickly by just in like a few matter of months or something like that?
Anybody else who wants to share an opinion or ask a question? This is your opportunity. Can I see a raised hand? No? Okay, please. Give him the mic. आप अपना नाम बताइए. Just please introduce and then ask question.
I'm Shafi. I'm from Subi Gold. I have a question. Is there a way or a space in future where both lab-grown and natural diamond can coexist rather than trying to eat each other's space? Yesterday I attended another talk where it was shown above.
Can you hold the mic a little closer?
Yeah, above $10,000, natural diamonds are doing well, and below 2,500, lab grounds are doing good. So, can we have a segment classification so both can coexist?
So, I think with lab grown, we have an opportunity to sell solitaires. So, definitely by designing, there will be, you can able to separate. So, mostly like currently, I'm not talking about the brands are here, but maximum brands are just taking designs from natural diamond and copying into a lab grown. But if you really work on design and create a design which is difficult to sell with natural diamond, then you can able to separate both. So one thing is solitaire and the other thing is a special cut, which is not available or not affordable in mine diamond.
Anybody else? Please.
I am Santosh from Tangal Jewelry, Dubai.
Come again, please.
I am Santosh from Tangal's Jewelry, Dubai.
Oh, okay.
You know, he was trying to ask you whether it can coexist with the natural
They are already coexisting.
No. Coexisting in the sense, am I getting it wrong or what? I don't know. Whether he's trying to refer to coexisting both of them together in a piece.
In one piece. Yeah, that's an excellent. And in fact, it reminds me of a presentation which Dilip Bhai, Rosy Blue family, he gave a beautiful presentation where he said that normally what is the norm is you focus is on, suppose you're talking about a diamond ring, the focus is on the center stone.
Correct.
Okay, and then a small stone circling.
Exactly.
So, and then the price goes high.
Yes.
So what he said was, and it is on record, you can watch the previous videos, he spoke on a GJPC platform only. So what he said is, the beautiful concept and beautiful opportunity. For example, if you want to buy a fancy color diamond, it costs millions.
Exactly.
And you can get a better quality grown in a lab. So why don't we have a center stone which is grown in a laboratory and the surrounding stones are natural diamonds. So it is a fantastic idea. I don't know whether people have been doing it, but yes, so the diamonds can coexist in a product as well as on the retail shelf. That is my take.
But then, my question is, how will the customer get a full satisfaction that, he's buying a natural stone?
That is a different topic we'll discuss. We have a shortage of time, so please excuse me.
Doesn't matter.
Chirag wants to say something.
Santosh, to answer your question from the lab perspective, yes, there are products where, as Anil Bhai mentioned, the center stone is a LGD and the side shoulder stones are natural.
Okay.
We get these products quite often at the labs in India.
Okay.
And not that it's a popular trend or something, but yeah, there are products and coexisting within the same store. I would say AVR in Salem is one of the best case studies I would, talk about. And of course, yes. I'm talking back in 2021. I don't know when Erespa was launched. I'm so sorry about it. But if you talk about Indian retail, that's what I'm referring to right now. And traditional retail, There's a company called AVR Jewelers down south. They were the first ones I remember to put AVR and Swarnamal. And they were the first ones to put natural with your laboratory grown side by side. Okay, back in the days.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
So I have just one point to make. See, the jewelry industry doesn't understand storytelling, branding, and the concept of franchises. So today what has happened is there are fly-by-night agencies, and I don't blame them because they see money, they will chase you. There are two things you cannot delegate. You can work with an agency closely. You cannot delegate. You cannot delegate, अरे franchisee लाके दो. नहीं होता है. नहीं होता है. That is one aspect. Secondly, about storytelling. Storytelling, तो एक आपको उदाहरण देता हूँ. एक फिल्म आई थी तमाशा. किसी ने देखी है तमाशा रणबीर कपूर की? हाँ. And only one. Okay. So in that film, which did not do well when it was released, but today it has become a cult. So it is all about finding your passion. And Ranbir Kapoor goes to a storyteller and he keeps on asking. That storyteller gives them 10 minutes of time, he tells a story, takes money, and Ranbir Kapoor goes the next day, he tells a different story. So Ranbir Kapoor is in a very bad situation where he has to decide, take a decision, life-altering decision. So he goes to this guy, the storyteller is Piyush Mishra. So this guy gets irritated. बेवकूफ़ कहानी तेरी है ज़िंदगी तेरी है और मुझसे पूछता है आगे क्या करना है द पॉइंट आई एम मेकिंग इज़ आपकी कहानी आप ही को लिखनी है लेकिन कैसे लिखनी है अगर शब्दों का इस्तेमाल कैसे करना है इमेजरी कैसी करनी है वो आपको हेल्प मिल सकती है लेकिन कहानी आप ही लिखेंगे और आप ही कहेंगे सो एज आई ऑल बिकॉज आई एम अ स्टोरी टेलर एंड आई वुड एड जस्ट 2 lines. No matter how good is your product minus story is commodity. Product plus great story is a brand. With these thoughts, I think we can conclude on the session.
Can I add one more line?
Okay.
Because many people are afraid of, let's say, if they are doing only mined diamond, should I get into a lab grown or not? So I can say one thing is lab grown is not replacing natural diamond. Okay. Definitely. Lab grown is basically expanding the category, which natural diamond is not able to serve. So don't afraid. I think as a manufacturer and grower, we are selling both the product and our business is equal in the export areas. So both the categories are here to grow. It's up to you how you are taking. How you are branding the product and how you are building the designs.
Thank you.
Well said. Well said.
So we have now the pleasant task of felicitating the panelists, and we also have Rajesh Bajaj, and he's the publisher of India's only magazine dedicated to lab-grown diamonds. So if you have the copies, you can also present to each one of the panelists. So can we start? Would you like to do it on behalf of GJEPC? And then Rajesh Bajaj will present a copy.
I would like to extend my gratitude to our panelists for a thought-provoking discussion on lab-grown diamonds. Your insights were enlightening and informative. Thank you so much for sharing with us. I would now request Sir to please felicitate all our panelists.
Start from there.
Let's give a big round for them. Thank you so much. Now I request Mr. Anil Prabhakar itself to felicitate all our panelists.
Recording in progress.
More than a decade back, there used to be 10 people, 15 people in the audience, and we used to be very happy, अरे 10 लोग आ गए. आज भी नेस्को का शो चालू हो गया है, फिर भी there is a lot of people here. And another reason for thanking GJPC is they have always listened to my suggestions. So this book is my selection, my recommendation. It says Story Rules. It is a wonderful book, and I'm sure all the panelists would love to read it. At the same time, anybody and everybody who's interested in business storytelling must buy this book. And we are doing a session with the author of this book in Nesco at 3 p.m. on 11th January. So if you happen to come there, I'm sure you will be benefited and you'll take home some very good insights. Thank you so much. You have been a lovely audience.
I would like to thank Mr. Anil Prabhakar for taking such a interactive session. Thank you so much for your time. Once again, everyone, thank you so much for being here and sharing your insights with us. Thank you so much. Requesting everyone to please settle down as we'll be starting our next session in a while. As soon as you settle down, we'll be starting our next session. Thank you. Hello. Requesting everyone outside the launch pad waiting for the session to be on to please come inside so that we can take over the session. Our speakers are waiting for your presence. Requesting everyone, whoever sitting outside the launch pad, please come inside for the session. Very informative session for y'all.
हेलो, मैं सभी लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि जिन्हें भी अगर गोल्ड लॉस रिकवरी में इंटरेस्ट है तो प्लीज़ सेमिनार हॉल में आ जाएं। whoever is interested in controlling their gold losses, please come to the seminar hall and listen to this particular product, which is very interesting to control your losses in the gold. Thank you. I think that we should begin. We have enough people to go ahead. We have enough people to go ahead. Shall we? मैं एक बार फिर से एक बार बोलना चाहूँगा, जितने भी हमारे यहाँ पे एग्जिबिटर्स आए हैं, आप सभी लोगों के प्रोडक्शंस यूनिट होंगी। अगर आप लोग को इंटरेस्ट है गोल्ड लॉस की रिकवरी में, तो इस सेशन को ज़रूर अटेंड कीजिए। वी आर अबाउट टू बिगिन इन कपल ऑफ मिनट्स। थैंक यू।
Good evening and a very warm welcome to the next session of iijjs Bharat Signature 2026 Innovate Talks. I am Clarina Gomes and I will be your host for the session. The topic for the session is Galderia, a unique microalgae media for gold recovery from Japan. To share its insights on the same, we have Mr. Tadashi Tanimoto, who will be joining us online. And along with him, we have Mr. Akimi Nakamura, Sales Head, Mr. Vivek Trivedi, Director, India and Overseas Marketing, Mr. John D'Souza, Director, Sales and Business Development. Handing over the session to Mr. Vivek Trivedi. Let's give a big hand for Vivek Trivedi. Sir, it's all yours.
Hello. I hope I am quite audible enough. और मेरी आवाज़ सबको शायद आती होगी, इतनी पब्लिक तो दिख नहीं रही है कि मेरी आवाज़ बिना माइक के भी जा सकती है, I feel. Okay. So let me introduce myself. So I am Vivek Trivedi from JVS Technologies. And यहाँ पे मेरे colleague हैं, Mr. John D'Souza. He is also from JVS. And we have Akimi Nakamura from Japan, who is representing Galderia. So हम लोग यहाँ पे क्यों हैं और किसके लिए हैं, ये मैं बेसिकली आप लोगों को बताना चाहता हूँ। मेरे ख्याल से कोई भी प्रोडक्शन में अगर ये बोलता है कि हम एक अच्छी वी आर डूइंग अ वेरी गुड रिकवरी ऑफ द गोल्ड, या हमारा लॉस कितना है, कोई बोलेगा आधा टका, 1%। और आज की तारीख में अगर हम बोलें तो आप लोगों को ये नहीं लगता कि ये आधा टका भी इम्पॉर्टेंट है? जो प्राइस जिस हिसाब से जा रहे हैं, I believe, right, we need to even recover that even 0.5%. Okay, same thing. तो हम लोग उस चीज़ के लिए एक ही बहुत ही यूनिक, इनफैक्ट शायद मैं खुद 30 साल से इस इंडस्ट्री में हूँ, मैंने आज तक ऐसा प्रोडक्ट देखा नहीं है जो अब तक आया है इस इंडस्ट्री में, और वो ऐसा प्रोडक्ट विच इज़ नेचुरल और आपका वो गोल्ड लॉस पकड़ता है जो आप लोग कभी नहीं पकड़ पा रहे हो. मतलब बेसिकली एन अनडिटेक्टेबल लॉस. व्हेन आई एम सेइंग अनडिटेक्टेबल लॉस मीन्स कि आप सबके पास अगर प्रोडक्शन यूनिट है और आप लोग रिफाइनरी की बात करते हैं, तो रिफाइनरी के अंदर में हम मैक्स टू मैक्स रिकवर कर पाते हैं. जितना भी हम चाहे कोरस एजीन यूज़ करें और जितनी भी बेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी यूज़ कर लें, वी आर सेइंग दैट वी आर रिकवरिंग द बेस्ट ऑफ द लॉसेस, बट दैट्स नॉट द केस. ऐसा कहीं कुछ नहीं है. हम फिर भी कुछ ऐसे गोल्ड के एलिमेंट्स हैं जो हमारे बाहर जाते हैं, एंड दैट समटाइम्स वी फील कि ठीक है अभी नहीं कर पा रहे तो नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. बट वाई वी शुड बी सेइंग दैट? So we have a product which can gel into your existing refinery technology. आपका जो भी refinery setup है उसके अंदर में existing ये आ सकता है. And this is nothing but a proper, pure, natural product. और ये कुछ नहीं, मैं सीधे हिंदी भाषा में बोलूँ तो ये काई है, means algae. आप लोग को मालूम होगा कि इंडिया में जब भी बारिश होती है हरी काई जमा होती है पत्थरों में. Am I right? But जापान में ओके, ड्यू टू वॉल्केनिक माउंटेन्स, ओके, वहाँ पे सल्फर बेस पानी होता है, जैसे अपने मनाली में भी होता है जिसको हम बोलते हैं हॉट स्प्रिंग्स. वहाँ पे सल्फर बेस जो काई होती है वो रेड एल्गे होता है. वो नथिंग बट इट्स अ सल्फर इन कंटेंट. ये प्रोडक्ट को द कंपनी फ्रॉम जापान, दैट इज गैल्डेरिया कंपनी लिमिटेड, इन्होंने इसको उस हिसाब से प्रोसेसेबल बनाया कि आप इसको यूज़ कर सकते हो अपनी एग्जिस्टिंग रिफाइनरी सेगमेंट में. और ये चीज़ वो है कि आप इससे जो गोल्ड जो आप एक्चुअली लूज कर रहे हो पानी के अंदर में, वो उसको भी कैप्चर करता है. सो हाउ दैट हैज़ बीन डन, वो ऑफ कोर्स इनके जो फाउंडर हैं, ही विल बी एक्सप्लेनिंग, ही विल बी लाइव कमिंग फ्रॉम जापान. सो आई वुड लाइक टू कॉल तदाशी तानीमोटो. ही विल बी कमिंग ऑनलाइन, ओके, एंड ही विल बी एक्सप्लेनिंग. बट मैं बीच बीच में आप लोग को समझाता भी जाऊँगा. अगर कहीं पे भी आप लोग के डाउट्स होंगे तो आई विल बी एबल टू हेल्प यू आउट विद दैट. So can we have the online connection of Mr. Tadashi Tanimoto from Japan? Can we have him? Just check. Akimi. Tadashi-san, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you. I can see you. Can you hear
Lovely.
me?
So yes, so we have Tadashi Tanimoto live from Japan, and he is presenting you about this particular microalgae. I would hand over the next slides from Mr. Tadashi Tanimoto. Tadashi Tanimoto, please carry on. Thank you.
Okay. So, namaste, namaste. Thank you very much for your coming to this presentation. Now we will present Garderia Corporation, bio-based Japanese technology for better refining process of gold and platinum. Again, my name is Tadashi Tanimoto, co-founder and CEO of Garderia Corporation. Garderia Corporation is founded in 10 years ago from the research from the university in Tokyo. We have a headquarters in Tokyo, an R&D site at Kanagawa, Yokohama, and we have a factory in Shizuoka, Japan. And what we do is R&D, production, sale of microalga Garderia to improve the health of our planet. So far, we have 13 granted patents and more than 10 applications as a result of more than 20 years of academic and commercial research. So do you know how much of gold and platinum you are losing at the factory? So as you may know, this is a common refining process at the factory. So you collect the dust and then you burn it, and the dissolution in aquaresia and the precipitation and some gold and platinum is recovered from that process, and cementation. And some company may have a aqua resin, ion exchange resin to recover it, and then ETP. Or some companies doesn't have a chorus and directly to go to the ETP after the cementation. So last July, Garderia and the JBS team sampled and analyzed the solution in 1 and 2 points from some companies, means after cementation and after raising. So results was very shocking. After the cementation, out of our research companies, average of 5 companies lost $9,439 per month. And even after the raising system, the companies lost almost $3,000 per month. Maybe Vivek-san, you would like to translate? Or
I hope up till now, मैं क्या say values सबको more or less clear हैं कि what he's trying to tell. ये average results निकाले थे हम लोगों ने actually में practical trials करके, and we did it with various renowned companies, कुछ सीप्स के अंदर कुछ सीप्स के बाहर, और हम लोगों ने actually test results किए थे और हमने ये powder को try out किया. तो ये हम लोग एक बेसिक फिगर वैल्यू में बताना चाहते हैं कि हाउ मच पीपल आर लूजिंग इन टर्म्स ऑफ डॉलर्स एक्चुअली, वो बिफोर रेजिन को यूज करते हुए एंड इवन आफ्टर रेजिन को यूज करते हुए. सो यस तदाशी, प्लीज गो अहेड.
Okay. So again, as a summary, even if a refining process is set in your company, the current technology results in losses of around $3,000 to $9,500 per month. Vivek-san, can I go ahead?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. So this is a big problem, and it should be very shocking to everybody in this industry. But good news is we have a solution. So again, this is a refining process, and all you need is just to add Gardieria process after cementation or after the chorus, or replace resin like this.
Tadashi-san, a minute. So, just a second. So basically, वो यहाँ पे अगर आप लोग ने ये presentation अगर आप लोग देख रहे होगे, I hope this is a quite simple steps that we use it in refinery. अगर आप लोग प्रोडक्शन से जितने भी लोग हैं ये इस चीज़ को बखूबी समझते होंगे कि हम लोग क्या बता रहे हैं कि यहाँ पे आप एक्वा रेजिया से आप डिसोल्यूशन करते हो, प्रेसिपिटेशन करते हो, तो हम गोल्ड निकाल लेते हैं. लेकिन जो बचता है पानी, हम उसको सीमेंटेशन करते हैं, राइट? हम सीमेंटेशन करके उसको भी रिकवर करने की कोशिश करते हैं, पर एक्चुअली वो नहीं हो पाता है. सो लोग क्या करते हैं, फिर फर्दर इसको रेजिन के थ्रू ट्रीट करते हैं. दे यूज रेजिन. रेजिन अपने आप में ठीक तो है, पीपल डिड यूज इट, लेकिन रेजिन का सबसे बड़ा इशू आता है उसको जलाना. एट द एंड ऑफ द, जब आप उसको करते हो 6 महीने तक तो आप उसको रखते हो, और जब आप उसको जलाते हो, उसको जलाना अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा सरदर्द है. उसके बाद हम लोग ये रिकमेंड करते हैं, अगर आप रेजिन रखते हो तो भी कोई इशू नहीं है, नहीं रखते हो तो भी कोई इशू नहीं है, क्योंकि ये गैड एरिया वहाँ पर आता है सबसे लास्ट रोड में जो आप पानी लिटरली बाहर फेंक रहे हो. एंड दिस इज नथिंग बट, ये आपने यहाँ पे देख रहे हो कि यहाँ पे कॉलम्स हमने दिखाए हुए हैं. दीज आर सिंपल कॉलम्स जो आपके पास हो भी सकते हैं, नहीं भी है तो हम भी प्रोवाइड कर देंगे. इन कॉलम्स के अंदर में इस गैलियर को डाला जाता है, और ये प्योर एक एल्गे पाउडर है जिसको हम पानी में भिगो करके डालते हैं. ये एक वैसा काम करता है जैसे वाटर फिल्टर के अंदर में आप लोग का कार्ट्रिज कैसा होता है, एग्जैक्टली इट वर्क्स लाइक अ वाटर फिल्टर कार्ट्रिज, वेयर जहाँ पे हम जो भी गंदा पानी आता है वो मिनरल्स को पकड़ लेता है और आपको प्योरीफाइड पानी देता है. इट वर्क्स एग्जैक्टली इन द सेम वे. तो ये क्या करता है, गैल्डेरिया की एक खासियत है कि वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ प्रीशियस मेटल को पकड़ता है. एंड दैट्स व्हाट वी आर ट्राइंग टू शो टू यू हियर, कि दिस पाउडर, यहाँ हम पाउडर को डालते हैं, एंड द मोमेंट जो भी पानी यहाँ से निकलता है, इट बेसिकली गोज थ्रू गैल्डेरिया. इट हैज टू बी केप्ट, हम लोग उसका पूरा बताएंगे, इट हैज टू बी केप्ट फॉर सर्टेन पीरियड, वेयर एक्चुअली इट एब्जॉर्ब्स and only absorb the precious metal that we are talking about, gold, platinum and palladium, which has its जो इसका खासियत है. It does not absorb silver unfortunately, but only the precious metal which is the more needed as of now. और इस precious metal को absorb करने के बाद then you can throw that water through the ATP, neutralize करके आप उसको बाहर ड्रेन कर सकते हैं. Tadashi-san, please go ahead. Next slide.
Okay. So this is a result by using Garderia. So again, after cementation, as I said, the company lost $9,500 per month, but adding Garderia process, their loss decreased by 83%, which means this company recovered more than 7,700 US dollars per month. So with the customer companies using aqua resin, still we decreased the loss by 79%, which means this company can recover more than $2,300 per month.
Yeah. Up till now, इसमें अगर आप लोगों को थोड़ा सा भी कुछ queries है तो please you can always stop in the middle and you can ask me. But I think it's quite clear in terms of the recovery by using this process. Process भी नहीं, आप इसको एक तरीके से simple एक powder समझिए. Okay, which after using we have seen the recovery. वो लोग जो लोग resin नहीं use कर रहे हैं और वो लोग जो लोग resin use कर रहे हैं, it shows clearly that even after using resin, ये लोग इतना amount, and this is just an average, which we have been calculating from those companies. Next slide.
Okay, so in sum, just add Garderia process in your refining line, then you will recover 2,300 to $7,800 per month. Again, this number is not a simulated number. This is the result of actual experimentation and analysis.
Next.
So, then what is Garderia? So as Vivek-san introduced, Garderia is red alga, living organism in hot springs. So in all over the world. So in the United States, there is a Yellowstone Park, and they have hot springs. And as you may know, Japan has many, many hot springs. And this is a picture of one of those, which is Kusatsu Hot Springs. And Garderia has been living in this kind of environment. And as a result, it can grow in harsh environments such as very, very high acidic water and high temperature, like more than 50 centigrade, or even in 100% CO2 or existence of toxic gas. And this has a multiple growth modes because this is a plant organism. It will do a photosynthesis. And then even if they don't have sunlight, they can grow as long as they are fed. And as a result, this grows very, very fast, 5 to 10 times higher productivity than other microalgae. But more important thing for this presentation is it has a very special combination of chemicals on the cell surface. So as a result, it can absorb precious metals like gold and platinum and palladium from the solution. And comparing with the existing technologies, for example, ion exchange resin, Garderia can be very highly sensitive, which means it can absorb almost all precious metals in the solution. On the other hand, if the solution is very diluted, ion exchange resin cannot recover. And second advantage is this is highly sensitive, selective. So it can absorb only gold and the palladium and the platinum and does not absorb other heavy metals in the solution. but ion exchange resin cannot do that kind of thing. And it is very tolerant to the acidic solution. But other solvent cannot make this kind of a performance.
Just a second. So ये बेसिक स्लाइड में हम लोग ये समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि इसके अंदर में लाइक बेसिकली जितना भी ये वाटर जो डिस्चार्ज होता है आप लोग का आफ्टर द रिफाइनरी, इसके अंदर में रेजिन जो काम करता है इट वर्क्स ओनली टू द पीपीएम लेवल, 10 पीपीएम लेवल, यानी कि उसका जो कॉन्सेंट्रेशन है मेटल का, हम उस लेवल की बात कर रहे हैं जो एकदम बहुत ही माइन्यूट, बट रेजिन स्टिल एब्जॉर्ब। पर रेजिन की भी एक लिमिट है, वो 10 पीपीएम तक जाकर के वो स्टॉप हो जाता है। वेयर एज गैल्डेरिया, दैट इज द मैक्रो एल्गे, कैन गो इवन टू द लोएस्ट 0 लेवल्स, मतलब कि जहाँ पे आपकी जरा भी उम्मीद नहीं है कि कुछ होगा, पर वो उसमें से भी रिकवर करता है। सर प्लीज।
Okay. So, again, Gardenia is made in Japan.
A little bit about after this.
Sorry,
Go on, go
is it
on.
okay?
No. There was a question, but please continue. I'll answer the questions later.
Okay. Can I?
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Okay. So, Gardenia is living in the hot springs in Japan, and we made it as adsorbent and patented in India. We have a patent for precious metal adsorbent for India. It was a very, very sophisticated and advantageous.
Okay. I think so. This is the last slide, or we have further?
Okay, one more slide maybe to finish. So at this moment, our solution can absorb gold, platinum, palladium, and rhodium, and we are doing research to recover more precious metals.
Thank you, Tadashi, and thank you so much. Now, आपने जो मुझसे क्वेश्चन पूछा था about the resin. Resin actually also, let me give it to the technical person who's with me right now, Mr. John D'Souza. He would be able to answer your question.
So, my name is John. The resin that is used is a artificially produced resin, the similar kind of resins we use in our AquaGuard. You must be knowing the AquaGuard system used at home, right? In that, we use those resins to absorb chemicals that are there in water to make it soft. Let's say there are chlorides and other salts which are not good for our body while we consume water. So similarly here, we use a artificial system called a polymer resin which can absorb gold, silver, platinum, palladium. But those quantities or those levels that are absorbed by this resin is still far, way above the normal range in which Galdieria works. Galdieria works between 0 and 10 ppm. So let's say in a solution, classically you are losing 5 ppm. The resin column will not be able to absorb all those dissolved solids. Whereas we can absorb a lot of Galdieria, lot of precious metal that is lost in the solution, which is far below 10 ppm.
Yeah. So basically nothing but अगर आप ये समझना चाहें in simple terms में, so it is a synthetic powder जो कई फैक्ट्रीज जो हैं जिनके मतलब अगर आप एक मोर कमर्शियल टर्म्स में जाओ, जैसे जो भी कंपनियां, जो भी फैक्ट्रीज 300 किलोस 500 किलोस अगर जो प्रोडक्शन जो कर रही हैं या 100 किलोस के भी ऊपर कर रही हैं, अगर आप उनका एक आधा टका भी पकड़ते हो, consider just 0.5% okay of 200 kilos, how much that metal would be, right? तो कई लोग क्या करते हैं कि उसको भी पकड़ने के लिए they go for this is a further step. iron resin बहुत टाइम से है ऑलरेडी इंडिया में, people are already buying that, especially the mega producers, वो ऑलरेडी खरीद रहे हैं इस चीज़ को, and ये resin is being used to recover that that even that 0.5% of the metal also. पर क्या हो रहा है कि इसका सबसे बड़ा एक इशू क्या है इस पाउडर का, कि इसको जलाना अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा एक टास्क है। 6 महीने तक इस रेजिन को रखना पड़ता है, उसके बाद आप जब जलाते हो तो एक्चुअली में उसका जो धुआं है वो और ज़्यादा हज़ार्डस है एनवायरनमेंट के लिए। वेयरएज ये पर्टिकुलर गैल्डियरिया एर्गेटिस ये क्या है, सिर्फ एक घास तो है, इट इज़ वेरी नेचुरल सब्सटेंस, सो इमेजिन अगर आप एक ड्राई घास को जलाते हो तो उससे क्या आएगा? कुछ नहीं, राइट? इट इज़ वेरी मच एनवायरमेंट फ्रेंडली प्रोडक्ट, और इसका जो एब्जॉर्बिंग फॉर्मूला है, इट हैज़ वर्कड फिनोमिनल. और हम लोग ये तभी बात करें जब हमने ये एक्चुअल रिजल्ट्स देखे हैं. सो ये ऑफकोर्स हम लोग का यही प्लान था कि when, like, though I know the audience is pretty less, but the only thing is about understanding how much important as on date is recovering even an ounce of jewelry, an ounce of gold. कितना ज़्यादा important है even छोटे से छोटे कण को पकड़ना. So that is what we have presented this. We would be of course showcasing this particular product even in the next machine show which is coming up in February, and also in Bangalore. Yes, sir. हाँ, please. Right. Thank you. Yeah, please take the mic. I think to let everyone hear. No. Take this one. Hello? No, take this one. Hello.
हेलो.
Yeah.
मैंने एक्वारेजिया करा.
हेलो.
मान लो मैंने एक्वारेजिया करा. एक्वारेजिया का जो पानी बचा, वो इससे निकालना है. आप ये कहना चाह रहे हो, एक पहला पॉइंट. दूसरा, मान लो मेरा जो हैंड वॉश है, या मान लो जो मेरा यूरिनल का पानी है, क्या ये इससे भी निकलेगा? मतलब
I understand your point. I understand your point, because हर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट में बेसिकली जितना भी आपका हैंड वॉश हो गया, या आपका कितना भी जो कलेक्टर, इनफैक्ट जो भी कपड़े धुलते भी हैं, उसका भी पानी, हम करते क्या हैं? तो बेसिकली हर रिफाइनरी में एक होता है ड्राई मटेरियल, मतलब कि टीआर, मतलब जो भी आपके रिजेक्टेड पीस होते हैं, राइट? जितना भी आपका वो होता है. दूसरा एक होता है पाउडर, जो हम लोग प्रोसेसिंग के टाइम पे, जैसे बफ का पाउडर हो गया या व्हील्स का पाउडर हो गया, राइट? जो हम लोग करते हैं, फाइलिंग वगैरह में करते हैं, एक वो पाउडर होता है. और एक होता है लिक्विड. सो बेसिकली व्हाट वी डू इज वी ट्राई टू run everything first through the refinery. तो वो तो एक standard process है everywhere, which you have to use it. Okay. Further that, yes, yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. So coming back to your question, there are there are three streams of effluent in the jewelry industry. Let's take casting, which is basically powder and high TSS, total suspended solids. We treat it entirely separately. There is hardly any gold except for metallic gold, which you pan and take out. Now coming to the two other streams, one is the washings. Hand wash, clothes wash, process wash, all of that. Those are basically, again, suspended solids in which we will have a primary settling tank, a secondary tank, filtration, and so on and so forth. All of that material recovered, again, goes to the refinery for burning. Okay?
Exactly.
Now let's come to aqua regia, what you talked about. After you burn the dust, you then have dissolution where you mix it with aqua regia. Whatever gold is dissolved through the process of dissolution, precipitation, and then you have the powder gold. Now let's say you are able to recover 99.95 through that process. The spent liquid from that process after precipitation then goes through something called cementation, where we have, let's say, aluminum or zinc.
Yes.
And thereby we replace the gold by letting zinc dissolve into the solution, and the gold comes out as suspended solids, right? Despite that, you will still have a lot of gold in ppm levels. To give you a context, ppm means milligram per liter.
Yeah, I agree.
10:6.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
Now, beyond ppm, you have ppb. Galdaria can absorb even down to ppb levels. That means 10⁻⁹, you know?
Okay.
So that is why it's very effective. It can only recover dissolved gold, dissolved platinum, dissolved palladium. It has to be in dissolved form, highly acidic, and the advantage is it can work post-cementation and post the resin column, which currently most of the industry is using. A classical, typical application is where they pass this solution through chorus. I think you all have heard of that chorus plant, right?
Yeah.
That is synthetic resin. Now this powder can just be replaced in the chorus column itself without having to add any more infrastructure. You can just replace a chorus. We've just done this for Elegant Collection this morning. So they were not getting PT recovery at all. Okay? To name one more company, Jewelex is a very big PT manufacturer. They were recovering 1 or 2 grams over a month and 2 from their cementation process. Mr. Hakimi was here in October. we recovered 20 grams of PT in 8 days.
Got
Same
it.
solution, same
Got it.
solution.
Got it. So, just to understand the recovery percentage, maybe you lost 100 grams loss in a company. So, and some good companies are doing 94 to 95, 96% recovery. And after doing this thing, what are the recovery percentage they are able to achieve? Just want to understand the percentage level increase in if you are doing something great.
Yeah,
in
but
recovery.
this is what you're talking in terms of the net loss or the net recovery of the whole plant, right?
Yes.
Where Galderia pertains only to the refining losses, only to the refining.
Okay.
So let's say you're getting 99.99, 4 nines, right? The 0.01 is what you're going to recover from here.
Okay.
So it's almost virtually zero loss when you see in the actual analysis.
Okay.
The final analysis. Whatever is being thrown out from your refining in terms of spent solution, before the ETP, we use Galderia to absorb each and every particle of precious metal. That is not the 4, but at least the 3, PT, AU and PD. Till now, they're not able to do any or have any good results or encouraging results with silver, of course, which they're researching right now.
ठीक है, मैं got it.
Yeah.
मैं समझ गया.
Sir, please.
Sir, I'd like to, I don't know, if you have, since there's a lot of explanation about the product and the usage, let's talk about the commercials. What is the costing and how much is to be used in how many cages? Because if the cost of Galderia is higher than the recovery, then the entire activity seems to be nil.
Absolutely right, sir.
So if you can come to that, I suppose that will be.
Yes, definitely. मैं आपको बता दूँ
Thank you
सर
so
इसके बारे में. That is what I would like to tell you, sir. ये as of now, this like kind of an introduction thing. So we are actually right now just been costed at $100 per kg. अब अगर आप इसको उस एंगल से देखते, $100 per kilo, $100 per kilo, okay? हम लोग जो बात कर रहे थे कि अभी जैसे इन्होंने एग्जांपल लिया है, इन अ कॉलम ये जो हम पाउडर की जो बात करते हैं कि कितना यूज़ होगा, ये डिपेंड्स करता है आपके प्रोडक्शन वॉल्यूम और आपका लिक्विड कितना बाहर जा रहा है उसके ऊपर. सो हम लोग नॉर्मली वी टेल यू, ओके, बेस्ड अपॉन योर प्रोडक्शन एंड योर आउटपुट लिक्विड, वी टेल यू हाउ मच यू वुड बी नीडिंग दैट एक्चुअली, बिकॉज दैट इज अ कम्प्लीटली एन एनालिसिस बेस्ड रिक्वायरमेंट. Yes, sir, there is a threshold. John.
So in all these companies which are doing around 5 kilos per day refining, their throughput is 500 liters per day, right? So in a 500 liter per day, we'll require 5 kilos, 2 columns of such 5 kilo columns, right? So that's 10 kilos per month. Per month, yeah. So that's around a commitment of 1,000 kilograms, $1,000 per month. And the recovery against that is almost double of what you would expect through resin. So the slide is not available right now, but for the company we talked about, Jewelex, they recovered 20 grams in a week. So if you take 20 grams of PT, what is the cost of 20?
Yeah, roughly we have just calculated. So it's like if you check 20 grams of PT cost, it comes to around, I believe, close to $1,500 in a week's time. Whereas they have bought just around $500 ka worth powder. So if you remove that across, so your net recovery is close to $1,000. This is how it is.
I would like to ask you, you have a patent here in India, but what if I want your product in Dubai? How do I get it?
So you will get it there as well. So basically, from Japan, we are actually also exporting to various other countries. So from here, like of course, India being the biggest market,
True.
we have mainly concentrating on here. But yes, soon we will be also participating in the international shows as well, like the upcoming in the Hong Kong show in September, and we are going even we are looking forward to the Saudi Arabia show as well. So we are looking for the other countries as well to distribute this particular powder. We are going to do that for sure, sir.
And you were telling about rhodium recovery, like we are doing our processing in gold. We are plating some rhodium onto the gold surface. Can we recover that rhodium?
Sir, rhodium ka abhi as of now, it's yet on a very kache level pe hai, to be very honest.
Okay.
हम लोग का जो strong जो हमको results मिले हैं was gold, platinum and palladium. The all three top precious metals actually as of now. आपको rhodium भी बहुत important है, लेकिन rhodium में हम लोग तब तक आपके पास नहीं आएंगे जब तक हमारे पास उसके एकदम hardcore results नहीं आएंगे. मैं आपको बता देता हूँ, just for your knowledge purpose, you would not believe it. Sir, इस algae के ऊपर almost our founder, that is Mr. Tadashi Tanimoto, has been researching for past 10 years. 10 years के बाद सर ये इसको हम लोग commercial लेकर गए हैं. Can you imagine that? So there's a very strong research being done on this, and we are yet, but after getting the results of these three metals, then only we brought it, to the commercial level. Till now, we've been sitting quiet, actually. We never, showcased it to, this is the first ever time that we are doing it, actually.
Sir,
and we know.
In fact, the rhodium trials came about only during the India visit in July. So they've taken a few samples. The results are not very encouraging. They would have to tweak the resin or the powder to a certain extent to be able to absorb rhodium also. But they're very confident that they can do it.
And is it possible that, the washing that we do, the hand wash or the clothes wash or the floorings, whatever we are doing the washing, can we process it through the Galleria directly, or do we need to go through the refining process?
So you will have to burn. See, what you're doing with hand wash is basically suspended in water.
Yes.
It's a suspended solid. Galleria works only for dissolved gold.
I see.
After refining. So all your washings will create a sludge. Sludge is then dewatered, then burnt and dissolution.
Burning as in you mean heating
Dust burning.
Dust burning. No, but there is no dust there, isn't it? In the liquid.
The sludge that you collect
yes.
is 40% dust and 60% water, right?
Okay.
You dewatered it, you got a sludge or
yes.
a sludge which still has water, some content. You then burn it in the furnace.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
You have to just burn out the water and then process it through the Galleria.
No. You then put it back into the refining. You have to dissolve the gold.
So basically we are talking about that it can only work under the acidic conditions. So हम लोग उस liquid की बात कर रहे हैं जो आपका already acid के through आता है. That is the reason aqua regia comes. In aqua regia by default आपके हर process में रहेगा.
समझ गया.
आप ये समझिए कि जो भी acidic के through आ रहा है, it always is acidic in nature. And वहाँ पे ये बहुत अच्छा काम करता है. In fact, अगर आपने इसको ATP में डाल दिया और आपने सोचा कि नहीं चलो हम बाद में लगाते हैं, तो आपने already acidic water को neutralize कर दिया है. It will never work in that condition. It will never work in the alkaline way. वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ एसिडिक कंडीशन में करता है. इसी के लिए इट सेज इट्स इन हार्श कंडीशन. दैट इज प्योरली एसिडिक इन नेचर. और वो भी सर उसका पीएच लेवल एक होता है एसिड का.
वही मैं पूछता हूं.
यस, इट हैज टू बी वेरी हाई इन एसिडिक नेचर, देन ओनली इट वर्क्स. अगर उसका एसिडिटी मतलब उसका एसिड लेवल्स घट जाता है, स्टिल इट वुड नॉट, बिकॉज सर इट इज अ प्योर नेचुरल ऑर्गेनिज्म. आप समझो उसका एक बिहेवियर का एक तरीका होता है विच वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट. दैट्स इट. यू हैव एनी क्वेश्चन आई बिलीव? या सर ऑनेस्टली बोलूँ तो इसमें मेजर कॉस्ट है सिर्फ पाउडर का. बाकी तो ये कॉलम्स जो मैंने हम लोग को दिखाए यही एग्जैक्टली यहाँ पे ये 2 कॉलम्स हैं और इट हैज़ अ पाइप कनेक्टिविटी. ये पाइप आपके एग्जिस्टिंग इसमें से आता है जो सीमेंटेशन का टैंक है. 2 कॉलम हम लोग उसमें लगाते हैं विच हैज़ टू गो थ्रू अ सर्टन फ्लो रेट पर मीटर. वो पर्टिकुलर फ्लो रेट उसका एक पूरा डिजाइन होता है. आई थिंक जॉन कैन यू प्लीज.
Yeah, so coming back to your question, it is about the cost, right? These columns along with this tank and all this paraphernalia will cost not more than 25,000.
ठीक है.
There's no cost, and that is a one-time cost. The recurring cost is the powder of Galderia.
ठीक है. There's one question with him. Yeah, can you please pass on the question?
Hello. Want to understand, does it also process smaller batches, 3 kg, 5 kg?
You meant to say the smaller quantity production size, right?
Correct.
Yes. उसमें कैसा होता है सर? नॉर्मली हम लोग अभी जो हमने जो ट्रायल रिजल्ट लिए, क्योंकि बड़ी फैक्ट्रीज में क्या होता है कि कम से कम 500 लीटर हर दिन या 1000 लीटर हर दिन इनका पास ऑन होता है. इवन इन योर केस अगर समझिए, अगर ये मानते हैं कि हम लोग लेस देन 10 किलो का प्रोडक्शन है जस्ट इन केस, तो आप पानी जो भी आपका सीमेंटेशन का ऑर्डर उसको जमा होने दीजिए, कोई इशू नहीं है. एंड देन यू कैन जस्ट यूज 1 कॉलम. आप उस कॉलम को लगा करके आप उसके थ्रू पास ऑन कीजिए एंड यू कैन स्टिल रिकवर. सो इट कैन गो इवन टू द मिनिएचर यूनिट्स एज वेल. इट ऑल डिपेंड्स अपॉन आपके पास पानी कितना जमा हो रहा है या आप उसको कितने. उसमें खाली क्या हो जाता है, जैसे 1 हफ्ते के अंदर में हम लोग जो रिजल्ट की बात कर रहे हैं, ये आप इमेजिन कीजिए कि हर दिन 1000 लीटर पानी इसके थ्रू जाता था, इस पाउडर के थ्रू. सो दैट मीन्स 6000 लीटर्स इन अ वीक्स टाइम, 6 to 7000 लीटर्स इन अ वीक्स टाइम. अभी अगर किसी बैटरी में अब इसमें जो पाउडर है वो ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा 15 दिन तक रह पाता है, 15 दिन तक. उसके बाद इसका रिप्लेसमेंट आता है. देयर इज अ रिप्लेसमेंट आफ्टर 15 days. सो इट ऑल्सो हैज़ अ सैचुरेशन लिमिट. बट इन केस ऑफ अगर जो कम प्रोडक्शन वाली यूनिट्स हैं, वहाँ पे ये पाउडर फिर महीने महीने तक टिक सकता है, क्योंकि पूरा डिपेंड करता है कि हम कितना लिक्विड पास करें. दैट इज द होल क्राइटेरिया. प्लीज.
So how do we know कि अभी ये powder खत्म हो गया and it needs to be replaced or replenished?
John.
Basically through an ICP test. So every time we have a ICP test done for your inlet as well as your outlet, the general rule of thumb is that after 15 days, the saturation limits are reached. We will then check again. Sometimes you can actually extend it for a month. This all depends on what is your ppm levels in the incoming effluent. So more or less 15 to 20 days is the change over time.
Okay, ठीक है. Thank you.
One more question.
Okay, Vivek sir, maybe can I finish the case study?
Yes, Tadashi-san, you can. Right now he has one more question, so let's listen and then probably we can go to that.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, you can open that the page of that the flow chart, the refinery flow chart. Yeah, you can leave it to there. Thank you, sir.
Achha, this is my final question. I wanted to check. Do you have any demo kind of how it is being used, and has the product got authenticated globally, and what are any accreditation received by this particular product? And the authenticity of the product, whether it will definitely generate that given the said results. I'm sure some test might have been conducted, some kind of demo or clip or this film clip maybe got generated 30 seconds or 1 minute, so that people will get more maybe they go for such kind of innovative product.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So before we launched this product commercially, there were tests done via biocolumns, a 100 milliliter column in which they, like let's say your company has a refining unit, right? You have a discharge per day of whatever volume. We take that sample before cementation, after cementation passes to the biocolumn. Now once these test results are ascertained by the tests that we have conducted at your works, we then simulate the column size required for your company. So it is very, very customized to your requirement, right? Regarding accreditation, I think they are...
For that purpose, sir, we already have actually, as he said, we have a patent, and this is these results are like actually been right now also, sir. कुछ factories में हमारा already ये powder चल रहा है. So obviously, when we are talking about after conducting an actual field trials in the companies, as we said, and of course ये धीरे सर, of course जो जैसे लोग use करते रहेंगे, उनको जो results आएंगे, automatically it will go into the market. So for that, actually, honestly बोलें तो हम लोग को बहुत ज़्यादा शायद इसकी market की जरूरत नहीं पड़े, क्योंकि results would tell you everything, honestly. And that is what we are saying as far as the authenticity of the product is concerned, because it is very much natural. So आप एक बार इसको use करके you can get to know about the actual results of it, because we are talking about only after the actual results, actually.
Tadashi-san, can you answer that regarding the global acceptance?
Okay, so maybe just a little bit step back. At this moment, we produce all of the Garderia in Shizuoka Prefecture, which is just in front of the Mount Fuji, with a clean air and clean water. And this is a tank we cultivate Garderia as a living organism. And then we harvest it and make it powder, and another process, using another process, we make it as a special adsorbent. And as of today, we ship this adsorbent, of course, in India, and in addition to the India, we have customers in Europe, such as Switzerland and Germany. And also we shipping out this kind of a thing in other parts of Southeast Asia. So in other words, of course, we have customers in Japan, and in addition, we have very strong traction from outside of Japan, including, of course, in India.
Yeah. The next one, do you have, Tadashi-san? After this, the other slide, I think it's done,
okay.
Right? This is the, yeah,
so,
case studies. Yes, please go with the case studies.
Okay, so a part of this is already touched by Vivek-san and John-san, but this is a case study from the company in India, and who uses the typical process. After cementation, we put the Garderia. Again, Garderia powder plus simple column system, which John just mentioned. And they tried our system for 25 days with actual size, and then spent liquid volume was 5 liters per day. And before Garderia, they can just salvage less than $300 of precious metals. But they was very successful to recover more than $4,500. And of course, they have to pay something for our system. But even after paying that kind of cost, net benefit or net profit of this specific customer is $3,554 per month. And of course, they are now using our system.
Yeah.
So, and then operation equipment, this is also part of the question and part of the answer, which John has already done. But equipment to operate Garderia is very simple and easy to install. But of course, we have to customize depending on the volume of spent liquid, or in other words, the size of a factory, and we are currently defining the process. So then, after knowing that, our proposal of operation will be personalized. Of course, we have some kind of patterns, so we can apply that kind of patterns. So from now on, if you are interested, please contact us to understand your necessity.
Yeah.
So shall we go to the summary page?
Yeah, go on.
Just to sum. Again, last year we found out that existing technology resulted in losses of around 3,000 to almost 10,000. But by just adding the patented Garderia process in your refining line, you will recover 2,300 to 7,800 per month. And even discounting the cost of Garderia, company benefited. This company A, in the actual case, benefited $3,500, and the equipment to operate the Garderia is simple and easy to install, but some customization or personalization might be needed, and then we can find the best way to maximize your return. And that's it. Thank you very much. And Buffett, Daniel Bird. And this is a contact, and I guess you have more questions, so Johnson Vivek-san can answer.
Yeah. Thank you, Tadashi-san, and thank you so much. And I believe, yes, you have one more question, sir. Please. Yeah.
We do our recovery once in 6 months. Should we keep the liquid for all the 6 months and then we process it through the refining, or how is it?
No, if you're doing it once in 6 months, you'll generate liquid on that particular day.
Yeah, but the liquid that is collected daily, we need to store it, right?
Which liquid is that?
Hand wash or the cloth wash?
That is, as I told you, is very separate. The liquid that you're passing through the Garderia column will come only from your refining.
Okay.
There is nothing to do with hand wash.
I understand.
It's, if I give you a simple analogy, it's like recovering sugar from the tea. You can recover tea leaves by just putting a strainer there. But you cannot recover the sugar that is dissolved in the sugar.
Right.
For that, you need distillation and some other process.
Exactly.
Likewise here. Yeah.
Okay.
So you need dissolved gold to be recovered by Garderia.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I have your question.
And what about alkaline water? If you want to process alkaline water,
from the alkaline water.
Plant.
What is the source of alkaline water? Does it have dissolved gold?
We have a plating plant and a huge plating plant. So we generate almost 500 liters per day.
It is cyanide based?
Yeah.
Yeah, so alkaline.
Yes, alkaline. I don't think so. We have yet achieved any result with respect to the alkaline solutions actually, because that's what we approached a couple of plating companies. पर चूंकि alkaline nature होता है तो उसमें से recover नहीं हो पाता. इसके लिए acidic होना important है. That is the reason it is doing very well in the jewelry industry, sir. तो फिलहाल अभी हम लोग still we are on that thing. We are trying to see to connect with the plating companies as well for this. But yes, we have to wait for the results, sir.
Tadashi-san, can you answer that regarding plating for an alkaline solution?
Yes, of course, the plating has many, many methods, but as of today, unfortunately, we do not perform very, very well in the alkaline solutions. But we are still doing R&D, so not today, but in the near future, we hope to be able to recover precious metals from alkaline solutions.
Thank you.
Any other question? I think so. Fine. If there's any queries, please. We have our contact details here, and you can collect the pamphlets which we brought it across. So just take it across from us. So anything that you need to get in touch, please get in touch with us. Akimi, we have the pamphlets. Thank you, Tadashi-san.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You can sign it out. Thank you for your presence.
Thank you
We
very
really
much.
appreciate
Thank you
it.
very
Thank you so
much.
much. Thank you. Thank you.
I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speakers for sharing their expertise on the innovative topic of Galleria. A very special thanks to Mr. Tadashi Tanimoto, the CEO of Galleria company, for joining us online from Japan. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.